When last we left our heroes, you were victorious over the vestige of Primus and in good company with the long-lost master of the arcane, Mordenkainen. But you weren't out of trouble yet. As the wizard informed you that Primus would reform, it was time to go. He opened a rift or gate to the mirrored halls once more, and you could see that faint golden rip in space that was the time stream tear he had formed centuries ago. However, he was not to travel through it with you, quickly explaining that he could not return through the tear to ensure its work was permanent. He handed you the relic you had sought in Zeus' fate, and then asked to end his time here. And now, Valentine did oblige, and with the relic in hand, you all ran through this time stream tear as the whole area began to collapse inwards upon you. You returned to the Alabaster Tower and found that time had indeed caught up with its contents, returning the tear and the Tower of Doors, returning through the tear and to the Tower of Doors in only a matter of hours after you had departed physically. Mentally, however, much had changed. As you recounted the story and finally found rest in the Platinum Sanctuary, you awoke reinvigorated and one step closer to the end. One more piece of the puzzle in place, but still more to do. With your path to Sigil on the very near horizon, you took stock of your remaining time before the fourth seal would break and what you need to accomplish before then. Most importantly now was to aid the Delarian Crown with the plans and information needed on the growing warfront to the south. You traveled to Arendelle and spoke with the king, and together came to learn that the amassed force of the Vow had indeed overtaken Casterion, numbering 10,000, but certainly more hidden, lying in wait. That the kingdoms of Exander, Haverfeld, and the Vale had all come together to amass 50,000 ready and waiting south of Verdantia, set to march on the City of the Dead, before you altered their course of action. With the knowledge that the gate to Hell would open from Thaluna to the southeast coast, the plan was now to create a staggered defense formation, slowing the march of the troops from Casterion to the gate and make a final stand there. Openly showing me knowledge that the fourth seal would break, but that there would be a greater advantage to having a fully prepared and defensible force around the gate itself. Finally, the intent to connect with Mythandor and the Noldor Enclave fell to the leaders of the realm, with hopes that you would come to aid after this next leg of your adventures, and before the full moon rose, of course. With the war plan in place, you departed the city of Arendelle once more for sanctuary, and then once more made your way to the Tower of Doors. And this is where we begin tonight, as you stand before the door marked Guildhall Ward in this odd, dead script, with the hope that it will lead you where you wish to go. However, I will pause here. If you want to do anything at the sanctuary before this moment, I kind of just sped us ahead. In theory, you could stop and have any conversations or any other preparations you want before standing before this point, but you have that moment now. Otherwise, we'll cross your threshold.
I can't remember if when we last left off with Damascus, if he said he was going to look into things more, or if that part already happened when we were asking about Sigil.
I can't honestly remember if there was more that he was going to look into. He had made mention, or he had already looked into some for you and gave you some of the information that he had found. I can't remember if he had more to look into for you.
Okay.
It seemed like more if you wanted to get more information, you would have to converse with someone who had been there or go through.
Right.
About the city or about the lady itself. Other things, obviously, you can speak to him, but I feel like we've already covered everything he's going to have for you.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to grab in terms of, I know Damascus, he mentioned this to Honda last time, there's a lot of trade, a lot of crazy shit happening there. There could potentially be something while we're there. We can pick up something interesting that may help us. I also feel like if it's a place like that, everyone keep an eye on your pockets. Do we have a pretty good idea of, since all those bags fell, where we're standing on all that shit?
Yeah, we got all our items back, and I feel like we got most of our money back. I know you gave that money back to the party fund, right?
Did I? I'm sure I did.
Okay, I'll check our coffers later.
Absolutely.
Let's all get on the same page. Oh, Barley, what were you going to say?
Do we need any more potions? I know we were low for a while.
Actually, that's a good question. I actually don't know if I have mine anymore. Let me check.
I say we demand the king provide us an ample supply of potions if he wants us to proceed any further. We are not spending a cent on a potion. This cheapskate owes us.
Cheapskate. Oh my God. Man, where was this bluster when we were talking to the king back?
Yeah, you had multiple
I'll
conversations
storm
with
back
the
in.
king. You're
We're here now.
Not there anymore.
Several continents or countries apart now.
We're in the Platinum Sanctuary, pal.
I don't have a potion anymore. I must have used it.
There was a moment where you had talked to the king about finances and about like items and things, and more often than not, anything that's in the city is being relegated to the rest of the 10,000 to 50,000 soldiers and warfront that they have amassed in your favor. Should there have been more of a push for some coin, maybe that would have happened, but here we are. We're past it now.
Hondo has, at least in my notes, 1 superior potion and 2 regulars. This was a note before the Primus fight, so I don't know if you used any.
No, I don't think I used any.
I used one regular on Hondo.
Oh, so even Kyle, would the potions we have used? Did we use any potions in the dream?
No, we didn't. No one went down.
Them on your character sheets.
Well, Gord and Hondo did, didn't they?
Not
Hondo.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I totally fucking had to save Hondo's ass with a potion again.
Yeah. So you would have that back.
I still think
I must have used it again. I think I used it again to get Valentine up.
Yeah.
In the Primus fight.
That tracks. That feels like something that would happen to me. Okay.
Yeah,
I have Gord here having 3 regulars. You say you have 2? Okay, great.
2 potion of healing and 1 potion of healing superior.
Great. Well, too late for potions. We're already here.
Or also, like, with the intent of kind of what I was establishing too. This place is a place of great trade. There's very likely places you'll be able to buy any of these things and more. It's just, do you have the funds for all the things you're gonna want?
Do you have the shit to trade too?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk a moment about the game plan here. We are going to the Guildhall Ward. That's where that door leads us through. Which will take us maybe to the City of Doors, maybe to Sigil. Kyle, these are things we don't know for sure. But what we know is that the ruler, if you will, of Sigil is the Lady of Pain. But that's pretty much all we know.
You know that the Lady of Pain rules the city. She is enigmatic, and not much is known about her other than she is incredibly powerful.
She's very scaly.
Other powerful figures have looked at her in intrigue and awe and potentially fear, so that should give you some indicator. You know that it technically resides in the Outlands, though is almost basically a separate element of the Outlands. And that getting in is a lot easier than getting out. And yet that this is a great place of trade. I think that's everything you kind of mentioned.
Sigil is a great place of trade, or the City of Doors is?
They're the same thing.
Same thing.
Well, wonderful.
Oh, the Guildhall Ward, the language of the Guildhall Ward, and looking at the other names on the Tower of Doors, in the Alabaster Tower, the fallen out part of it, none of the other ones gave you the inclination of Sigil or the Outlands, though some of them you weren't exactly sure where they would go. This was the only one that, with the combination of the dead language in the script it was written in, and the kind of and the title of it, and the kind of even make and feel of it, gave you the impression that it was to go to someplace older than anything else. This kind of fits that bill. So that was the running kind of theory you had.
So let's go in there and let's not be too obvious about what we want. That is to say, let's not go in, Hondo looking at you basically, and demand that we see the Lady of Pain, because I feel like she's someone we don't demand to see. And I also worry if we share what we want, that'll be leveraged against us for, okay, what do you want to trade for it? What we do know is Alfred's disc, Hondo, that you very wisely took off his corpse and dragged along with us, had this contract in it that belongs to the Hall of Concordance. Do I have that right? And that is in this place that we're going. So that could be part of our cover is we're returning this. Alfred did his job. We're returning this. Maybe we can trade for something. Maybe they want it back. We can see where that happens. But let's not mention that we killed Primus because, I mean, I don't even know if you can kill Primus, but
no, I'm pretty sure Mordecai said that was temporary.
Yeah. Well, we got some info that he's an inevitable, just like the Lady of Pain. They're like deities of law and order. So Primus is one, and Lady of Pain could be another. Sorry, Hondo.
We don't want to be pushovers, okay? We can't let her think that she can. We don't care if she can cause pain. We've caused 10 times more pain.
I don't think that's true. I don't know. I know like literally nothing about her. But
just ask an orc lady that isn't around anymore.
Oh, that's a low blow to like episode 7. Okay, I feel like we're good now. We also know we had like a little read on this like Plains Maiden person. That's what the what's his face Silver Thread Eli knew about, was this Plains Maiden who was a servant of Joaquin. She was like a planeswalker, but
we got no other information. It would be interesting to talk to someone who's been there, but I don't know anyone who's been there. I don't even know who to fucking ask. Like, I'm also a little curious. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Kyle, have the Wildcards been to the City of Doors? Where were you? Were you on the Outlands? Were we on the Outlands? Okay, got it. Wildcards have been to the Outlands.
Yeah. You guys have been to 2 of the gate towns on the rim of the Outlands. The Outlands is a big disc. Right in the middle is this kind of axle-like spire, and around the spire is the City of Doors, aka Sigil, which I've come to learn is not the right way to pronounce it, but fuck you, that's how I pronounce it.
Sigil, baby. Jog on. The center is Sigil. And 2 of the gate towns, that's where we encountered, I had my date with that hag, and we broke into that thing, and there was a cool otter. This is all pre-stream, but God, you guys missed a great little episode. And then was the encounter with that scary tower and that guy who gave us the riddle in the Outlands?
In the other one, yeah.
Yeah, you guys went from Ribcage, which was all that stuff you just said, and then to Plaguemort, which is the gate town to the Abyss, on your way down to deal with Carval. That was where Plaguemort was, where you had the encounter with the riddle master.
All that information in our 3rd pre-stream recap video on YouTube.
So Ribcage was the hag date?
Yeah.
With the otter wizard?
Ribcage is the opposite side of hell, and Plaguemort is the opposite side of the Abyss. Those are the gate towns. And you guys teleported across to that other place via the assistance of Maddox, the otter wizard.
God, he was great.
Maybe before we go, should we try and use the gate jam apparatus once and see where some of this stuff goes, or just try and study it a bit more to try and figure out how it would work?
It's not a bad idea. It's good to know. We don't know where it goes, right? We vaguely understand how it works, but we don't know where the gate part goes.
You have identified...
let's get Damascus to look at it.
Okay.
I don't want Damascus get sucked in. Like, I want to take it with us.
No, just look at this. You guys said there was little fucking, like, symbols and shit, and just no one knew what they were.
Let's pull up Damascus. But Gord and I are experts at the arcane now.
Okay,
I feel
then
Gord, Damascus, and I can really get it.
You guys can totally try. All I know is you've looked at it fucking twice, and we haven't got anything. But if you want to try again, we've learned more. We've been to other weird-ass planes of existence. Fucking try it.
Okay. So you collect Damascus after rudely kicking him out of his breakfast nook to have this private conversation.
You could have gone somewhere else.
That's what happened in the last game.
We're always kicking him out of breakfast. Sorry, we need the space.
He just goes to the library. He's fine. You reconnect with him.
I'm surprised he get out of his chair.
Well, he has to. Uth makes him get up every now and again. But you find Damascus, and between the 3 of you, Damascus will give you both advantage on an Arcana check.
Ooh, okay.
And
Gordo, let's roll some
We'll say,
Arcana.
hold on. I mean, you can roll it. It doesn't make a difference. But let me pull up the information I have over here as you decide which one you want to look at. Because there are 3 elements, like 3 sides to this pyramid. And you guys can go ahead and roll your Arcana checks.
Okay.
While I look up.
Pretty good.
Mine's real good. I got a 2.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get? What do you add to Arcana? You must add
I have
something.
1. My Arcana is 1.
Oh,
I thought
it
as
was
a
the
warlock
book.
it would be better.
No, it was the
was.
book. He had a ridiculous one. Did you roll at advantage?
Yeah, you roll twice. You have advantage.
Oh, true. Roll
Oh,
advantage.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah! 5.
Oh my god.
Wait, I could use luck, can't I?
Oh, but I mean,
Yeah.
Let's do it!
God.
Yeah! 6!
Oh my.
Oh, that's a
Went
TikTok.
up each time. That's progress, baby.
That's a TikTok.
I was just about to say that, Scott.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Every little bit is improvement. That's good.
Every little bit counts.
Okay, I need to look up one last thing. Scott, choose 1, 2, or 3. Brock, choose 1, 2, or 3.
2.
Okay.
3.
3. Okay.
I
let
rolled
me-
29, by the way.
I need to find. I need a different document. Gotta go to my world building notes.
If they roll lower than a 7, please murder them.
You instantly die.
You get eaten
Harsh,
from other
harsh
things.
but true. You know.
Oh god.
Okay, so. Boop, boop, boop,
We
boop.
knew one of them went to Carval's
Oh, no.
secret little
Yes.
dungeon lair.
But you're not sure which one that is the problem.
Mhm.
You know that your initial studies of it basically gave you the idea that this is there are 3 individual gate gems that you found. When you find the gate gems, they're like a football size, this kind of jagged purple crystal. The ones that are attached and affixed to this more or less pyramid-like structure of 3 sides, and the base is almost like a housing unit that kind of flares out, and it has a large chunk of that same crystal in it as well. However, on the 3 faces of the pyramid, each of them, the platinum kind of triangles, are inscribed very deeply, very intricately, with very small runes and these constant concentric circles all around the platinum. But the gate gem itself is also inscribed, and like the whole gem from this football size has been condensed to like maybe 2 inches by 1 inch, like classic kind of diamond shape. You can tell it's inset into the platinum piece, and it juts out maybe a 1/2 inch as well. But you can see it's been equally intricately scribed and etched with arcane sigils. You can both tell that, and you've known that this whole time. You've known that it is capable of basically creating the gate spell, creating a doorway onto a different plane. In the cases of the gate gems you've encountered before, and true to these ones, they're tied to one specific place, these gate gems, each of them, but they can be basically reattuned to a different plane. In the case of Azrael, your shadow daddy, he reattuned it to a demi-plane of his making. So basically broke the connection to whatever plane it was on before, remade it in his own image, and created this demi-plane within the Shadowfell beyond, to a kind of remaking of your ancestral home. You know that one of these, Carval has basically either done a similar process and created a demi-plane that was almost like a gateway to an alien realm, or potentially just his own kind of creation. That you're not entirely sure what it is. And unfortunately, given these two checks, you don't gather more information on that one. Gord, the one that you're looking at, there's more of these arcane elements. You can tell that, based on what I've kind of explained here, like between you and Damascus, this is connected to a plane, and it's one that exists. It's not one that's been reshaped. I'll give you that much. Even with that much of a check, it does link to another plane. You're just not sure which one. It's too difficult. It's too intricate. There's also an element of time here, how much you want to devote to this. Val, you gather with the one side that you have found. It is a gate that has not been broken from its original path. It still maintains the core of wherever it was initially intended to connect to. And you can see that kind of reflected in the gem itself. And as you're kind of studying it with these arcane enhanced eyes, you can almost read the script of incantation across the platinum within the gem. And you can almost see, held within its core, this faint little divine spark. And almost like looking through a kaleidoscope, you can see one of those little pockets of light leads somewhere else. And you can just faintly see this beautiful, like, golden forest and this picture perfect plain of golden fields of wheat and very classic kind of gladiator style like dream. It looks exactly how you would imagine the blessed fields of Elysium to look.
Wow. We've just been sitting on this shit for 70 episodes, Kyle. Just waiting.
This is why I hate you. You've had so much shit that you're just like, don't worry about it.
It's not good, so funny. Oh man. Blessed. Jesus.
How the fuck can we use that? I mean, there's gotta be a way to use that shit.
I used it 70 games ago. It'd have been like really handy. Jeez. I thought they were all gonna be spooky scary, but that's a good one.
Could be a people mover if we need it to be.
So,
do we know, Kyle, if that gate could be opened to any plane or that gate is open to a certain plane?
That gate,
the first one you talked about.
The first one to what you believe to be, well, you're not sure which one or two believes to be, no, one you believe to be Carval's either demiplane or whatever. You don't know enough at this point. You can spend more time and try and do another check between the three of you. I will say it's going to take you guys, like, this is going to take like a full 45 minutes to an hour of like study and investigation and talking and like trying to figure this out. If you want to do that again, you can try on that third one because you've only done two.
But just to be clear, you said off the top you're mentioning part of it can be used to create a gate spell onto a different plane, or did I mishear that? That's
how this works. Like, it creates this Elysium face will create the doorway to Elysium via the gate.
I didn't know if it had a gate spell charge in it. Like, it could do that for anything, but it's specific to the thing on it.
Exactly. So the three faces can create a gate, one to this place, one to this place, one to this place. You can only do it once per day, so you'd have to choose which one you wanted to use in a day. The plane shift element of it can take you anywhere.
Oh yeah, that's what it has. Okay.
Yeah.
Has one charge of plane shift.
And the difference between, remind me, gate and plane shift is like a time thing and a how many people thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, picture a gate as, the Revenant Vow have used gates against you.
Yeah, that was like at the, in the big throne room fight, that was the one I had to close.
Throne room fight, in your first fight in Arendelle, the battle for Arendelle, they used a gate, although it could have been an arcane gate, but I did flavor it as a gate to kind of, they were charged at the wall and then flipped the gate on the inside of the wall and then charged this way.
Cool.
And
that was really cool.
Also used a gate when your first fight for the fourth seal, when they summoned through the Infernal War Machines. It was rode through from Avernus.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. We don't have to waste more time on it. Not waste, but we don't have to spend more time on it.
So
It's
then
pretty-
just a quick recap then. If you're not going to check this first face, you believe it to be the one to lead to whatever Carval was doing. You're just not sure what that means or what it is. This other one, you believe to be connected to another plane? No clue. But the third face leads to Elysium by your pretty solid estimation without testing it. But like,
Cool.
you're pretty confident in that.
Love it. That's super handy. Well, Hondo, we've been waiting on you shadowboxing. Should we get going? Should we get this party started?
I'm ready.
Hondo, what's your Arcana now? Maybe we should have looped you into this. What do you have for Arcana?
Mine
Are you
is
proficient in it?
+4.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
Oh, because the bard half.
Yeah,
Right.
he's a party boy.
Crazy.
As you guys finish this kind of the last kind of check-ins with your friends here in the tower, chatting with Uth, final just making sure you have all your equipment and all your items.
Can we like snag some like rough rations / fruit?
I knew
like,
you were gonna say
just
snacks.
make sure we have some. Yes.
Mini muffins.
Mini muffins.
There's
They're
a
like
lot of fruit.
bran. They're super healthy. It's Uth.
There's
With,
a lot
like,
of fruit
cranberries
that
in it.
Shavings of
Uth has.
chocolate.
And yeah, absolutely. He's a very big breakfast buff. I would say you can easily get yourself some very hearty, good breakfast rations and just
The
fruit.
man can cook a good brunch.
Yeah, he knows what's up. You live, 600-700 years, you'll learn a thing or two. Is Keith and Fern stepping through the door with us here?
Fern will.
Are Keith and Fern?
Yeah, I'll bring Keith.
Okie doke.
I love it. That just always raises the stakes for whatever
Yeah,
is about to happen.
I know.
next.
Protect him.
Perfect.
Okay. Everybody's good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Then
Can I ask one last thing? Sorry, annoying. Mary, have we recharged the Dimension Door gem? Like, do we know if our 2 gems have been recharged?
So I haven't. I had used it in the dream, but I haven't used it.
Right.
Since then.
Okay.
I used it in the dream, and then the charge came back. I'm assuming, right, Kyle?
Yep.
Okay.
And
I
then
don't
Raleigh, I
think.
all of this would be easier for you just to have done
Great.
overnight at a certain point. So
Brawley, there's probably a level 2 cure wounds in yours.
Okay. Yeah, because I did use that before.
yeah, the only thing
And you
that-
still have Cape of the Montebank, which has
Oh,
the Dimension Door
perfect.
in it too.
the only thing you have used thus far today will have been 2 5th levels to teleport from Valentine.
Yep.
Um,
The circle one.
circle, yeah. So 2
Today?
5th.
I thought didn't we sleep here?
No, this is after chatting with the king. You were going to go 1-2. You
Yeah.
did that super
Oh, there and
early.
back.
It's the same day.
It was a super early check in, chat with king, come back and get going. It's like
That's right.
10 o'clock. You got a whole day ahead of you. You did
Mhm.
use 2 5ths if you wanted to go to take another rest. It's just another day of your time.
Wow, I have an 8th level spell now. No, I'm good.
Then, as you make your way through one door in the library onto the Tower of Doors, make your way up into using your various mounts. And given the tower is kind of at an angle, you can this third door was up on this 3rd floor, so to speak. There's just no stairs or no other ways to get up there. But as I'm kind of saying, it's on a bit of an angle. You can kind of climb up there precariously, but you're all 17th level adventurers. I'm not going to have you climb a slightly slippery wall. You get to the door and you can feel the energy through it. You can see almost at the edge this faint light to imply it does indeed have a magical resonance.
All right, remember, let's be cool when we go through this. We don't know. In our first ever trip with the teleportation circle, we ended up in a dwarf priest's basement and really upset him. So if something like that happens again, let's just be cool and calm, apologize, and keep it moving.
We also have to keep in mind this is Mordenkainen's door. Wherever we're going was a place presumably that he would frequent. We might end up with some questions about how we have his door.
That's where we got the disc.
We also have the staff. The question is that something we share or not? That's up to Gord. But also keep in mind, Mordenkainen is a tricky bitch. So let's approach everything that's his with a lot of fucking caution. Because I wouldn't want anyone using these doors either. We had to have the key. We had to have the whole fucking puzzle to get here. So what the fuck are we going to need for this other plane? Just something to keep in mind.
We have Hondo's soul. He's been very loosey-goosey with it. So if we do need to barter anything.
It's a good bartering chip if you have one. Okay.
Nod at each other. I'll step through.
You reach out and grasp hold of the door, and you don't even feel like you don't turn a knob, you don't open a door, but you're just suddenly through, and you feel the familiar sense of teleportation, as you all have much experience now, feeling that faint kind of twist and churn in your stomach, and as you all begin to kind of appear and apparate on the other side of this door, one by one, slowly kind of bumping into one another as landing in kind of the same spot, and you kind of begin kind of stumbling as more and more people become into this space, and you find yourselves immediately cramped and shoved into a seemingly small space that is in pitch darkness. There's no light in here. It is completely black, and slowly each of you keep bumping into the other, and then suddenly Fern just big wings taking, and then Keith just and there's the sound of all of your grumbling, and there's a shifting sound of wood on stone. There's a shattering glass sound. You're sloshing in liquid, and it is sudden chaos out of nothing. And you're pushed up against a wall on one side. There's a table jutting into one side. There's a chair, and there's just no light in this room.
Why didn't we learn our fucking lesson from the last time?
Who can light this up? Like, who has like a light spell?
No one.
We can blow it up.
No.
Yeah.
Do we have a torch?
Yeah, we have a torch.
I'll reach into my bag of holding and pull out a torch.
It's difficult, but thankfully the bag of holding is just, you kind of think about it and go for it. And as you manage to get it out and get your tinderbox, it like kind of cramped, just kind of light it up.
Are we in a fucking closet? Like, is this a storage?
Keep this on my foot.
One torch is enough to light this like 15 by 15 foot room. And really it's probably about 10 by 10. It's very, very tight. There's a small table and chair. You can see kind of beneath one of your feet, Hondo, as you kind of take a step, there's a bedroll that you kind of step on top of that is soaked in something. On the table, you can see there's a chest that sits open, its lid open, and immediately nothing inside. It's just a kind of square box room, stone, kind of like this faint white gray light stone. No door, just simple stone. Against one wall, there's a small metallic platform that very, very low to the ground, maybe a foot off the ground with a little bit of a lip that is maybe 3 to 5 feet in diameter. And you're kind of seeing at the very bottom of it these like broken shards of glass kind of line the perimeter.
What was from behind us? Like, is
No.
there anything? It's just a blank wall?
It's just wall and no door. There's no sign of like you just popped into thin air.
Does it smell like anything? The fact that there's wet stuff on the ground.
Make an investigation check.
God, I hope it's not urine.
It would be a lot. There's like a solid like inch on the whole floor.
Oh, really?
Here's-
Jesus.
Melted snow, like we did just come through. Investigation. 16 plus 14 now. So
30?
what is that? 30.
30.
Fast math, 30.
With the
We're
light
smelling
in,
shit.
with the light in here now, it's technically dim, but you can overcome that with your goggles. and you're able to kind of get a look around. It's difficult, and you're kind of shoving your party members out of the way to try and get the signs you need to, because basically you guys are all on top of one another and therefore covering some of the signs of what you're looking for. But with a 30, you can tell that this metallic platform bit is the source of where this liquid is coming from. It's definitely not just water. There's a little bit of viscosity to it, but it's not acidic. It's not, it's almost like very liquidy jelly. It's the best way.
And is it continuing to flow? Because like we heard breaking glass. Did we bust this thing?
You did not, as it was on the other side of the room, and busted glass. You can feel there are shards of glass strewn throughout the floor. It's all across the floor in amongst this liquid. With a 30, the metal platform and the shards of glass that kind of rise up from the bottom, they feel very reminiscent of the kind of gestation pods you found within the Archmage's kind of tower in the College of Whitethorn. I will also say, with your 30, the chest looks recently opened. The interior is not dusty, it's not accumulated anything, and you can actually see the kind of liquid that is on the floor. You can see there's it's kind of on the exterior of where you would have opened the chest lid. You can see down the kind of face, down the lock area, and across the top there's this slick, almost kind of mucusy exterior. And you also see a couple of handprints along, we'll call, the northern wall.
Let's go up to that northern wall and see if there's a way out of here. What if Mordenkainen had his own backup plan that once he officially died, his little pod activated?
What if this is where Raymond learned it?
Potentially. Can I investigate that northern wall where there was handprints?
Sure. With Mary's kind of guidance, go ahead and make your own investigation check.
What did we learn?
Because there's no obvious way out of here, right?
Yeah, no. You just see a wall. You see 4 walls that all look exactly the same, and then you're just seeing kind of bits and pieces filling the room.
We learned
16.
that Mordenkainen had a deal going with someone we're not going to talk about, and did we learn that Raymond had some kind of deal going on, or it was just reference that he had some kind of deal going on?
Yeah,
Raymond had a deal, but then he went back on it kind of, and then they claimed his son.
That was the payment of his deal. Was
Right.
his first deal. But you're not sure the contents of his deal. It was implied it was just power in some capacity, but you're not sure the specifics. With a 16, you don't see any obvious sign. You can see there are a couple of handprints, and you kind of touch the same spaces to see if there's a false brick or something, but nothing's quite moving, shifting. You're not entirely sure.
How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh no, you're a rogue. How would you escape with this trapped box? What's the ceiling like? Sorry, what were you gonna say, Hondo?
No, go ahead.
What's your... Actually, I have it here probably. Actually, these have probably changed. What is everyone's passive investigation?
18?
Okay.
My passive perception's 25 now. That's nuts.
That's good to know. In this case, we're looking for investigation as you're kind of seeing different things.
Rooting around.
23.
23.
That's good. Let me look at Mary's.
Your passive is
fucking
20, bro?
insane.
Jesus. Mary's is probably
On the
25.
left, right under the saving throws.
Yep.
Yep.
Mary's is 29.
Oh yeah, she's got she's got a feat that gives her passives a +5 boost.
God.
Well, she would have spotted this first, but as she's taking a pee in the corner, the rest of
I'm back.
You're back. As Valentine makes his way towards this northern wall and is kind of padding around, just trying to see where these handprints go, Gord and Hondo and Mary, as you're kind of just quickly looking around the room, trying to take it in, trying to put yourself in the mindset of whatever, if a wizard is protecting this, if some kind of magic is afoot here, and the three of you spy on the ceiling in the center of the room, within the stone, and it's pretty well hidden within kind of natural cracks and crevices. There is this faint sheen that the firelight catches at certain angles, that you can see there is some kind of arcane sigil, some kind of glyphs carved and set into the center of the room. It would imply to Hondo and to Mary that there is an element of trap.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do you tell me there's a trap on the ceiling?
Yeah, there's some fucked up with going with the ceiling. Don't touch anything yet. I don't know what it is, but doesn't look good. Is there any shelves or anything in there, Kyle? Like if anyone was to pile stuff to get a better look?
To kind of stack up and climb?
Yeah, or someone could stand on Keith or something. Like how tall is the ceiling?
It's 12 feet tall. Like you guys could get up on someone's shoulders. There's a table and like there's a chair. You could easily get up there to get like right pyramid. Up on it.
Someone who knows their magic-y shit may want to take a look at that.
I'll take a look.
Okay. Go ahead and make an Arcana check. As Fern kind of gets up on his back paws and you kind of clamber up on his back and
17.
17. You don't get a great sense. It's difficult in the kind of light conditions, and it's really well hidden. It's really well done to kind of blend in and almost follow the lines of natural cracks. But you can see now that you're close, this sigil, the glyph, whatever is kind of made in there, is like inset within and kind of following these natural lines and curves. It's certainly a spell effect. It's certainly arcane in some capacity. You don't see any point of where it would connect to. It seems reminiscent of like a glyph of warding. If something triggers it, it goes off, is kind of the implication you're getting. But you're not sure with that roll, unfortunately, you're not sure what it will do and how to handle it.
What about the box itself? Have we taken a really close look at it to see if there's any room? I know we said it's like a little damp on the outside as if something might have dripped over it. The chest, sorry, yeah.
You can make an investigation, or someone can make an investigation check on the chest if they want.
Oh no, chest speaks to you. You want to check this out?
Sure.
Go ahead.
By the way, we should check for traps everywhere if there's a trap on the ceiling.
So what
that was the trap on the ceiling, yeah.
Investigation, okay.
Ooh,
pretty good. Your investigation's pretty.
And my investigation is plus 13, so that's 30.
Okay.
Nice.
You get a couple of things, but unfortunately only one of them is kind of important. The others are just kind of notes. The chest is indeed empty. It was not locked. It just happened to be a good way to store things. The chest is not particularly well made, or it's well made, but it's not particularly ornate or anything like that. It just seems like almost like a trunk you'd have at the end of a bed, but just chest form. It's about 2 feet wide, maybe a foot deep. You get the scent of old parchment out of it, and kind of like a faint mothball-y kind of scent. That's like immediately, that's the scent that kind of wafts up out of the chest to you. And the piece that you do gather that is possibly more important is, as you're kind of flipping open the lid, you can see there's a faint flap in the kind of the inside of like the curved lid, where you can see something could have been stored here, possibly a key. It is now empty.
Do we have a key, anyone? Possibly.
We do have a key.
I don't know if that key works everywhere, but
Do we want
I
to try and
could.
break it?
How that it's not a relief of a key in the box, is it?
No, it's more like a.
Just like, hey, the
you
key
could
is here.
you could vaguely see the outline if you looked very, very closely, but really it's more just the size of it and the kind of hiding that it looks like it would fit a key, but it's not like a mold.
If
Is
we
it the
take
same
a
size as the key we have?
exactly, yeah.
No, significantly different.
Okay.
Okay, great.
I mean, okay, so we know that there's a trap up on the ceiling. That would, to me, imply either that is the way out, or that it should have already gone off if it was just supposed to do the whole room. But you said it's still active.
We haven't looked at the raised platform a lot. And also, Kyle, is this chest on a desk?
No, it's just on like a table.
Okay.
It's like an
So
open
there's no
table.
like at any of there's no other
from your
drawers or
collective high passive investigations. There's no other places of storage or anything like that. The only thing thus far that you have yet to look at is the platform area and a further check of the things you've already seen.
Cool.
right. And
Let's
so
check that
the
platform.
floor underneath all this, you said there's a good amount of water that we're all
Good amount.
sloshing through.
About an inch of this kind of faintly jellied water.
Oh, it's so gross.
A little bit.
Can I
Um,
take a old little vial and just stopper some of it and then put it in the bag holder? Might be
Yeah, for sure.
interesting
Why
to
would we
check
keep
out later.
that? So nasty.
What if I want to
Everything in
keep
room is
this
gross.
just like tight and young? Look how Hondo
You want
looks.
to use it as a
Old,
new
weathered.
face serum, like
Maybe.
your new
It keeps the
skincare
body
routine?
nice and good. Yeah.
You're already a fucking half elf. You guys already live forever. I woke up this morning and all of my like joints hurt. Like, what the fuck is up with that?
It's getting
Everything
older.
starts hurting.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not-
Why do you think Hondo's shadow box is? He's trying to stay loose.
Got to stay,
gotta
keep the
stay
joints
young.
moving.
Mary, you don't stretch enough, is what I noticed. You just go into combat all the time. You gotta limber up first.
That's a good point. So
Speaking of limbering, do you want to check out that platform at all? Maybe, like,
Yeah, I was
stretch out your
gonna kind
back while you do it.
Basically, I was asking about the floor. To see if there's anything like that we might be missing because it's on the floor and covered by stuff, like kind of scraping your foot to see if there's trap doors. And
Mhm.
then I guess, see if this platform, you said there were handprints on that wall, and trying to figure out like if something escaped, where it would have gone. Like doing it like a tracking.
make another. If you want to try and track, you can do a survival check. But if you're looking for clues, you can make investigation. So if you want to try and see the path that this creature, whatever made these handprints, took, survival. If you want to try and get any more clues, you go investigation.
One of those is a plus 14 and the other one is a plus 1.
Mhm.
Brawley has survival, doesn't she? Brawley could try and
Yeah,
track.
I'll
do.
just take a look. Yeah, if you want to take a look at that, I'll take a look at the,
Yeah.
anything else on the floor and up to the platform. If there's anything else we're missing.
Go ahead and make a survival, Brawley, as you make your investigation for the platform.
It's a 29.
That's a 20.
Natural
Nat
20
or
22?
dirty?
No, not natural, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not that it makes a huge difference, but that's still great. The platform, the closer you get to it and the more you're investigating it, there's no further kind of obvious signs. The floor itself is just stone. There's nothing of interest in the floor itself, and you quickly kind of think that if there was a trap door, either this liquid would have drained out through it, or it would have, when opened to exit, would have drained more out of here. Could you imagine kind of rebuilding it in your mind? How much liquid is filling this floor would have filled a tube about this size, about 7 feet tall, at this 3 to 5 foot diameter. It looks just about big enough to fit a human form, a regular humanoid-sized person, and it does indeed look more or less exactly like the ones in Raymond's kind of hidden tower section, where he had a little clone of himself and a little clone of someone else. However, as you're kind of getting these last little looks and seeing the glass pieces broken outwards, Mary, you're kind of piecing together that it seems like it did indeed break outwards. As Allie, you take a look over at following this kind of trajectory. What would you do in this case? You look over and you recreate the scene. From this tube over to the table, open the table, you make a little bit of a mess. You're kind of stumbling, looking for your things, extract the things, and then stumble, and you kind of reenact and place your hand, and it's exactly where you would have tripped and fallen and caught yourself on the wall. And then another hand, and then you watch as this other hand kind of reaches up, and you realize, oh shit, I can't reach that high. But you can see the sign at about 7 feet up on the wall where there's a scrape of this like material, as if the hand scraped across, and you can see the remnants kind of glistening with the firelight, and you can definitely see that something was moved at this point that unfortunately you're just a little too short to reach.
I'll relay that back and be like, it looks like something was moved over here. One of you guys want to check this out? I can't really reach.
I'm like, who's taller, Hondo or Valentine? I feel like Hondo would probably be taller.
I think Gord's the tallest.
That's
Gord is
true,
the
Gord is
tallest.
tall.
But you guys can all reach up this. It's only about 7 feet tall. You guys can reach it. Who wants to?
Don't
go
touch
and try and
anything you
something?
don't need to. Don't touch anything you don't fucking need to. Just look at it.
Or touch it.
I will go look at it.
Okay. You see what I've already described. There's like this kind of, you can see like a handprint, then it scrapes across, and you can just see there's like a seam that wouldn't fit the normal stone seams, kind of right in the middle of where it scrapes across.
There's something here maybe we could touch. This could activate like a way out, or it could activate that and incinerate us all. So you guys want to roll a dice here and see what happens?
Well, I mean, I can. Is that on the ceiling? Is that something my sword could take care of?
That's true.
Unless anyone else has a way
Do you want
of
to
getting rid of magic
investigate it
shit.
and see if it's? Do you want to investigate that thing and see if it's like a trap? See maybe if you can see if it's like a trigger.
The hole?
I'll
The
investigate it.
handhold?
Go ahead, Kev. Investigation.
Make sure it's not trapped.
Yep.
This is the most investigation checks we've rolled.
I know.
So
But it's a 10.
That's
Probably
10
base 10.
plus 13.
Oh, yeah, 23.
23.
Hondo, as you pull yourself up to this point, and you can see that Val and Allie are pointing out this area, you're a lot less concerned about touching things. And thus you kind of reach up and you very gingerly kind of pat around just to see, does it immediately kind of indent? Does it feel like a trigger, like a pressure plate or something like that? And it feels less like that, but you kind of dig a nail in and you can just shift, and you can feel as you just shift, there's a little, and it clicks and shifts this brick only about maybe 3 or 4 inches over. But where it does, you can see there is a little keyhole indentation. You know, with your passives and your just roguish abilities, that key probably goes in this hole, but something you could lockpick as well. With your investigation and the fact that this opened and the trap didn't go off, you imagine that if the key is not used in the lock, it will go off, or if you pick somewhat poorly, the trap will go off. What do you do?
Hondo, I will inspire you.
All right.
Hopefully you don't murder us by doing this.
Oh no. It's a 10.
Is
On his
it?
Thieves' tools? Are you sure?
He's proficient. He's proficient in thieves' tools, or does that not count? Does that not count as a skill check?
It's gotta be like certain things.
It's not a skill check, it's a tool check.
Yeah. Where are my thieves' tools?
Your thieves'
yeah.
tools.
They're never on there, which is annoying.
Yeah, it's your dexterity and your proficiency. And
All
your
right, so my
expertise
dex,
is double proficiency.
my proficiency is 6. My dex is 5.
So 14.
11.
With
plus
inspiration.
30. And now I roll I think it's D12 now, which is so cool. Let me check.
And my d12 came
Roll
out
a D12.
very good. A 10.
Oh,
Okay.
that's very clutch. That's very clutch.
With the
Is that 24?
inspiration, turns it to a 24. Hondo, very quickly, it's difficult because you're kind of doing it up over your head, so you're not really seeing. You're doing it purely on touch, and you do indeed feel a little click, and this panel directly in front of you and to the left just opens, and you can just feel a door, and the light begins kind of spilling this faint kind of faintly dim light. And this is kind of faint, like natural herbal smell, kind of faint, kind of wafts through. However, I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Oh no.
There's a very good check to unlock this. But without
Can
the
I
key-
use my
You have advantage on this, Scott.
I do? Cool.
Mhm.
Oh.
Why do I have advantage?
Reasons.
Can I give advantage with Fizzband's little thing? You know how I can spend my
Use
reaction
your
and give someone
reaction?
advantage?
Sure.
Yeah. Can I give it to Brawley?
Sure.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Well,
use
thank you.
Indomitable just in case, because this sounds scary. I only rolled a 10 on the dice the first time.
Ooh, Hondo, that's good.
16 plus what was it for again? Sorry.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, wisdom save. Yeah. So plus 3, 19.
Okay. Hondo, 19. Gord, I saw rolled a 25 and put it in the chat. Go ahead.
I got 16.
Elena.
Also 16.
Okay.
Is that with advantage?
Mary.
Okay.
With Indomitable, a 22.
Okay.
You all die.
Nothing immediately happens.
These are the most terrifying ones.
For a brief moment, as the door opens, Hondo, you feel success. Hey, we did it. And you begin to kind of make your way forward and just peer out through the door. Mary and Gord, you begin to kind of follow suit. But there's just a moment where Allie and Valentine, two of you just have this faint kind of like deja vu, this faint kind of like odd disconnection. And I'm going to message you each something right now.
Oh no.
Brawley, it's
Oh,
always you
no.
me with this weird shit.
I know.
Let's see.
Are you doing Messenger or Zoom?
I'm just doing Messenger.
Okay.
Because then I always fear if I do it in the Zoom thing that everyone will see it, and that's no fun.
Yeah. God, I hope it's turn on the party. If we turn on the party, I got Hondo, okay? Dibs.
When's the last time we had something like this?
Just think of like the Shadowfell, the Abyss.
Shadowfell, the Abyss, yeah.
I feel like we had a more recent one. By the way, if you're listening to this as a podcast, rating and reviewing the podcast really helps. Spotify, on Apple, on Google Play, wherever you listen to your podcasts. If you're watching this, throw a comment. Let us know what you think we are being messaged right now. And if you were forced to kill one of the wild cards, who would you try and go up against first?
Yeah, what's our order of who the fuck do you strategically take out? I'm sure Kyle
You
thinks
have
about
to
that
kill.
every fucking
You
day.
have to kill Hondo first because he's just insane. You could
Otherwise
probably
he's gonna
convince
jump on your
Hondo.
back.
You could convince Hondo to turn on the party. Oh, I just got a message. Sorry, guys. One sec.
Good luck.
Allie's face. Oh my
Ooh.
god.
Okay, wait.
Oh no.
As the two of them kind of have this moment of deja vu, this moment of kind of pause.
Son of a bitch.
Oh. Ah!
Man. All right.
Oh no.
Wait. Let me check something.
Are you messaging me back? Or?
Let me just message you back one thing.
Well, I'm going to continue on. Hondo. No.
Okay,
Only
okay.
anything that would connect with the first
Yep.
element.
Gotcha.
And it just kind of everything totally makes sense. You just, as if nothing changed, and away we go. As
I
they
have
have
a
this,
passive perception of 20, a passive insight of 23.
you catch that the two of them have this kind of, both of them together have this faint moment of pause, where, in theory, there may have been a little bit of like celebration, there may have been a little bit of ribbing, that it took Hondo so long to get the door open, and yet there was nothing, as your attention is still focused on the former,
sure.
on the forward, on the door, expecting an explosion and like waiting to like dodge. So I would say even in the moment, you're not getting the full read of anything, but you just catch that there's like 6 seconds where the two of them are just kind of a little spacey, and then they snap right to. The door opens ever so slightly. Hondo, go ahead and make a perception check.
Where the fuck are we, guys?
Perception, so 8.
Okay.
And my perception is... Oh, it's also one of those...
So it's a
10
minimum
one.
10. Okay.
Plus 14, 24.
You look through this faint kind of sliver in the door, and you can just see what looks like a storeroom, like a back room of any storefront or any restaurant. Like you can just see shelves of like boxes and bags of things, and you get that faint smell of that kind of natural aroma, the scent of herbs. You can see shelves of you're getting a scent of like coffee beans. It smells like a coffee shop, or it smells like a tea room or something like that. But you're in the back room. You can see cookwares on shelves, and you can just faintly hear kind of the sounds of like the tinkling of cutlery and glassware and faint muffled voices off in the distance. You're just kind of looking through into this back room.
Bar? Are we in
I'll let everyone
a
know.
bar?
There's movement in there.
Okay.
Let's
Do you wanna
burst
keep-
in.
No,
No,
not burst.
let's-
Keep being sneaky.
Yeah, try to get a better eye.
Do you want to just try and get a better eye? Are we interrupting someone's dinner, or is this like a banquet hall? Is it the
Okay, I'll
restaurant?
try and get a better view. Kyle, how do I do that?
Walk.
I asked.
Oh. If you want to take a look at the greater, like the room, to see what is beyond the storeroom. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a stealth check if you're trying to be stealthy. Otherwise, you can just make your way out into this room. There's nobody in the immediate storeroom area.
15.
This is stealth.
And stealth 17, so 32.
Tons. You very quietly exit, and you notice as you make your way out of this room and into the storeroom, it indeed is like the back room of like the stock room of a coffee shop, a tea house, something like that. You look back at the door and you can see it's not even stone, it's like wood. Like the two materials don't even quite overlap. There's like a weird disconnection where there's either an illusion, or this wood has been like placed over top of stone, and yet the doorway has remained. It's this kind of odd moment that you just kind of catch at the corner. That's a little odd, and yet you quietly make your way around the shelves, and you kind of pop up in this little like porthole window, looking into what you can immediately see is this very kind of quaint, simple-looking coffee shop. There's a bar that immediately exits from right where the door is that you're standing at. And you can see there are two people behind the counter, and they're just kind of mixing coffee and making coffee and teas for people. You can see there's a whole panel of booths on the right side. There's an open wraparound window that shows a bustling city beyond, cobblestone streets, and there's people of all different kind of races and genders inside here. It's difficult to make out exactly outside. You can also see that there is a door immediately. If you were to exit this door and jut right, there's a door that would lead out into like an alley. And you gather that very quickly.
So I'll say it like I relayed that to everyone. I told them, like, you can see the city.
Well, Do you guys want some coffee, or do you want to just go into the city?
Is it going to be weird for us to bust into? Can you clarify, sorry, Kyle, that we would have to enter the shop in order to get to the exterior, or it's like a back hallway?
There's like a bit of a hallway. There's a chance that you could be seen by the people who work there, kind of behind the counter, but you could kind of do a quick dodge, a quick jut from the back storeroom out the side that nobody of the patrons would see. However, in theory, there are two people who work there who might notice this. So it is going to be a stealthy thing if you're trying to be stealthy and not look like you're thieving tea.
Yeah, Mary's eyes absolutely like light up at the thought of an interdimensional coffee shop. But as much as I really, really want to try everything on the menu, I feel like making too much of a stir literally right as we got here might be a bad idea. However, we do have a like 400-pound goat with us.
And we need
so
info.
I don't know how stealthy we can be. Unless someone wants to go cause a distraction.
Yeah, Fern and Keith probably shouldn't be in the back room of a coffee place. So we could dart to that alley. Brawley and I could, and then we could always come back in here and try and get the what's what on, like, hey, what's going on around town with the wait staff.
We could have a few of us order stuff and create a distraction while you two can sneak the goats.
Well,
that's not a bad idea. Like have someone. You and I are relatively quiet, Hondo, but I can't lie. Like, we just know that it doesn't go well. But we could have a couple people come around, the main door and try to draw as much attention as fucking possible. I don't know.
Let's do that. You try and distract, and then Brawley and I can lead the babies outside.
Is there any sign before we leave this back area of did any of that goop follow us through?
It's leaving a bit of a trail on all of your like boots and feet. Like you're leaving a little bit of a trail as you're kind of making your way into the storeroom. Has anyone is everyone in the storeroom now? As far as I knew, only Hondo had left and kind of come back and is now having this conversation back in the first room.
I think that's fair for now until we keep moving. Is there any sign of, I guess we never got a read in that tiny room of how long ago something potentially busted out of this, right? Like there was no way to tell.
Kyle said he thought it was pretty recent, something about recency, it seemed.
It seemed like the sign that you could still see like the handprints and stuff like that, like relatively recently. The smell of like the chest still being open and still having that scent to it, like that would wear off after even a couple of days.
Oh shit, something was just in here. Oh, fuck.
What?
Well, our fucking friend Mordenkainen just lost a body. What if he just gained a new one? Just now. I mean, fucking what, yesterday? I guess time was fucked up. We don't know how time works, but what if he's here walking around? He would have known that place.
Who's here walking around?
Well, whatever the fucking new body of Mordenkainen was.
Yeah, the new body. Okay, yeah.
What?
Yeah, this scoop is awful. What?
Mary, Val doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why are you pretending to know?
And what do you mean?
You do this thing where you pretend that you had an idea that I had sometimes, and it's fine. Like, I passed that off. But why are you pretending to know what I'm talking about when you very clearly don't know what the fuck I'm talking about?
This conversation, you hear the waitstaff like bringing plates and stuff into the storeroom, and you can hear the clattering of plates and cutlery down into a sink basin that's over by the door. You guys are still in that first room, but through the door you can see her just kind of like humming, and she's this half elven girl who's just kind of like bopping to a song, and then makes her way back in the door.
We don't have time for this shit. I gotta get this huge dire fox to the alleyway.
Okay, I'll go in and order.
Talk about this is later.
Riley, let's go to the alley.
Okay, I'm right behind you.
As everyone begins to exit through the storeroom and making their way either into the store, into the coffee shop, or into the alley. I need everyone to make stealth checks.
Oh no.
I don't know. Why are you
It's natural
laughing?
one. Oh, right off the hop, guys.
Oh, no.
Great.
So
Brock.
Brock's a 10, Mary's a 1. Hondo?
11 and 17, 28.
Okay.
Great.
Brawley?
21.
And Val?
Nice. 27.
Okay.
Nice.
Animals, though. Let's roll for some
Oh,
animals.
I thought you were holding off on them while a distraction was going to happen.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yes,
I
yeah.
thought that was
yeah,
the plan, right?
It's
You guys
better.
were going to slip into the alley, wait for.
Yeah.
I understood Hondo was going to go in order and like distract, which will give your animals a chance to have advantage. But we'll come to that in a second. It may not matter as Brawley and Val, the two of you, begin making your way out the alley. Hondo, you just kind of slip, and you were going to go into like the main room, right, Hondo?
Yep.
You just kind of like just super smoothly like limbo and dive under the like open the thing where you would like raise up the counter. You just slip in and you're just suddenly on the other side as if you've been there the whole time. Mary, as Gord kind of makes his way out and starts going to the right, you trip over his tail and just eat shit as you're coming through the door, and you just like slide on the somewhat sticky floor, and it just kind of slides, and you just like right behind the counter, a coffee pot smashes beside you, and you just kind of like flinch. Another like a tower of mugs just suddenly just like everything is just falling all around you. What do you
Distraction.
I'll create a distraction.
Well,
do?
no,
What
this
is currently happening?
Yeah, this is happening. Like, there's no playing this smooth. Everything just
no.
collided.
You have to apologize.
Yeah, just lay there for a half second, just be like, oh, fuck.
The girl who was just kind of this half elfin girl is just like, who the fuck are you? What are you doing back here?
Yeah, no, this was absolutely an accident. Ow. And
Get
just-
out of here! You're not supposed to be back here.
Yep,
Look at all this mess you've made. You know what? Actually,
I'm aware.
Let me
Very
get-
sorry.
My manager, just sit there. Don't move. Weirdo. She like begins to kind of make her way, and there's the other person who's there. It's this other half elven male. She's like, just make sure she doesn't go anywhere. I'll be right back. They're both just kind of looking at you as Hondo, you're just kind of just perfectly just kind of standing watching this as the other three of you have slipped out into the alley, but you do hear a commotion in the background.
Just
Could I
like, do you have
slipped
espresso?
that door closed?
I'm looking for service.
The door to the like the hidden room
To that
or
place?
the
Yeah,
storeroom?
yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
So in that case,
Just-
then your animals are in the storeroom.
Oh, no, sorry. I wanted them to come. Sorry. I didn't know if we had already all tried to make it there.
So
Are you saying you're using my epic?
I didn't know where
Fuck up as a
Mary's thing
distraction?
took place. If it's in the
Okay.
hallway, we can't do
So-
it. Yeah.
yeah, there's the hidden room, then there's the storeroom, then you guys had split outside of the storeroom into the coffee shop. Mary and Hondo went to the coffee shop. Mary fucked up. The other three of you made your way outside enough that you guys could be outside. However, this is all happening simultaneously. The need for a distraction has already happened. Mary has already caused a scene, but your animals are still in the storeroom.
And if they were to leave the storeroom, they could be seen because
They
of
will
the people
certainly
like
be
walking
seen.
down the
Now
hall.
everyone is looking directly at that door at Mary. And Hondo,
we
but
gotta
Hondo
wait.
just looks like a guy who's there waiting to order coffee.
I'll telepathically tell Fern to like put a wing around Keith and have him wait in like the secret room.
Okay. The two of them just out of sight, out of mind. Three of you outside. What are you guys doing? And Hondo, what are you doing?
Oh, fuck, I'm
I'm
gonna get in
ordering.
there. I heard that shit. I'm gonna walk around to the front.
You guys just being open glass windows, you kind of casually make your way around to the front of the store. As Hondo, the male half elf, kind of steps over Mary and just says, "Fucking outsiders."
I would like to
Can
open
I
the door.
help you, sir? To Hondo. There's a jingling bell as you enter in the front door.
Can I see Mary?
I'm gonna get up
she's
and very
under the counter.
sheepishly start
Now
like
she stands up,
putting
kind of behind the
stuff
counter.
like trying to clean
Oh,
things up as much as I
That's
can.
where you are. Sister, come here. Come here. You cannot run off like that. You know you get into trouble.
The half elven woman kind of comes back now and is like, Are you with her?
Yes, she's my dunce sister. I'm so sad. Did she break anything? And I'll start to
Oh,
take
you're
out
you're
gold.
getting a fucking glare. She's trying to hide it, but she's not very good at it.
Make a deception check.
27.
She looks and says, look, yeah, she made a fucking mess. The manager's on break. If you can give us the gold to cover it, we don't have to alert the authorities, and we can just end this here, and you can be on your way.
We'll do you one better. We'll help you clean up. Here's the gold. But sister, you know you must fix your mistakes. And then I'll take Mary's hand and start dragging her to sweep some like stuff up.
The half-elf woman hands you a broom on the way. As this male half-elf is helping Pondo. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like your finest coffee and finest menu items, please.
Of course. By finest. It's a little pricey.
I want the best.
Oh God.
Your first time at our shop, yeah?
I'm first time here, yes. First time in the city.
Always ask price. Always ask price before you order.
This is your first time to the City of Doors.
Yes.
Where do you
I'm
hail
more
from?
of an ocean man myself, you know.
He just kind of like chatting you up as he's like brewing some coffee and making some stuff. And he is very carefully just like going through the motions of using this kind of contraption machine, steaming something, and it's just like slowly giving way. You can see steam rising, there's foam. He's got this big shaker thing, bunch of like stuff on top. It's like a drink that's slowly piling up to be this crazy cacophony of stuff. And it takes like 5 minutes, and you're just kind of staying there as Mary and Valentine are being led around, and Mary sheepishly.
Should we take this around back and throw it out? Would that be all right?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
I'm just like swearing in fucking halfling because sorry, I don't speak halfling. Yes, I do. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass when you're done. I swear to fucking God, the condo's getting the really good coffee. I wanted a good coffee. It just like
you did this mess. You will clean it up. And then while we take it around back, I'm gonna try and get the animals and try and bring them out.
Sure. With the distraction, go ahead and make stealth checks for the two of them. So Keith and
using their stealth rolls? Okay.
Using their stealth. They still have to try and be stealthy, but they have advantage.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I've just ordered on the Starbucks app and checked every single box for ads.
Yes.
Yeah, this drink is getting ridiculous. And it's this big like 2-fisted like mug, and it's actually like a nice like pottery like mug that he like places, and it's like a big thunk, and you can see it's stamped with the name, the content cup is like stamped into the cup itself, and he says, we haven't made one of these in a while, but we appreciate your patronage. It'll be 45 gold.
Not a problem. I'd also like your best breakfast item.
45 gold?
Given
I hope
the
you had
fact
that.
that you have purchased our most content cup, I'll put the breakfast item on the house.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
He goes and he gets you this like and he heats it up in this little this fire pit, and he just brings back this like just fucking mouth-watering like croissant with egg, and there's just like brie cheese, and there's a little sprinkling of this like it's a little spice on it.
This combo is wonderful. Thank you.
Please, if you can actually, he kind of slides across this little parchment. He says, if you can actually, my name is Anders. If you could write a review, I would really appreciate it. I could, my manager, asks for these things all the time, and to bring in this much business, this is very much appreciated.
And I will do that, and I will also give you 65 gold.
He's
Keep
just
the change.
he's just
That's
overwhelmed.
over 100% tip.
You just tipped him a lot.
Mary, as you're finishing cleaning up here, what were the stealth checks?
19 for Fern.
16 for Keith.
Okay.
Not bad for that big,
Not bad.
big
Not
dope
bad.
boy.
with the double distraction, I think that is more than enough to beat these people in the shop. And now, Mary, as you're finishing up here and kind of sheepishly standing off, waiting and kind of blocking somewhat as the two animals like leave behind you, you can now see with your passives, there are like 5 or 6 people in the shop who are just watching and kind of like talking in hushed tones about the Triton who just kind of appeared and dropped 65 gold on a drink and a sandwich.
Low profile.
Low
profile.
You're reading lips and just seeing the fact that people are just saying, oh, maybe we should keep an eye on him. And there's another group that are saying, new money. It's always new money. Just like little people all about. You do also catch another person saying outsiders. You kind of catch outsiders once or twice. And you've heard that now 3 or 4 times.
Could I have slid that thing shut, by the way, just before when we left with the animals? Just slid the block in there.
Yep. And as soon as you kind of close, it's as if it's not even there.
Oof.
I want to ask Anders something as well.
He's still just kind of waiting as you're filling out this little review.
As I'm new here, I don't know anyone. Can you recommend a place where I can meet people, let's say, of the fairer kind?
Oh, yes, I could. He kind of gets a little quieter and says, if you make your way to the market ward, there's the ivory house. It's a bathhouse. But they do other things.
Do you think I would also meet people there that would have info about this city?
Most certainly. The Free League they're free. They're quite open with discussion, and they're great for learning of rumors. As well, the market is just a great place for finding all kinds of things, information, people, obviously items and new and fancy foods. It's a good place to get your first taste of the city. If this is your first time, you're not far from here, actually. Any kind of gestures down past if you had kept going straight out the door or out the side alley, if you kept going straight. So if you just keep going down that way, I mean, really, you just keep going and you'll eventually find your way back around here. But if you stop another ward over, we're in the Guildhall ward here. The next is the market. It's a sprawling area, but if you get to the heart of it, that's where the good stuff is.
Ooh, this is perfect. Thank you, good sir.
If I can get your name as well, I would very much like to pass that on.
I'm Henry the Blue.
Henry the Blue. I'll take note of that. Thank you very much, Henry. It's been a pleasure meeting you today, and I hope you enjoy. We hope you enjoy the city for all the time you're here.
Thank you very much.
As I'm like cleaning up, and I like half finish, and then see Hondo, and then realize, oh, he's getting fucking ripped off with this ridiculous drink that he ordered. As I'm cleaning, would it be possible to I'm going to grab a handful of beans from somewhere because it smells really good and she wants nice coffee, and Hondo got ripped off, so she feels less bad about
Mary's first ever theft of someone's property.
Only because
but
he
I love her
ripped off, so
rationale. I love her rationale. Yeah.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
This could just be inflation, though. This could be like Switzerland.
This hasn't happened in campaign, but she's all about stealing from people who are
yeah, it's true. Well,
ripping other people off. So it's not that
he didn't get ripped off. He asked for the most expensive item on the menu.
I know.
We don't know what stuff costs here.
It's absolutely an inflated price. I'm not ripping off the nice people behind the counter. They got a really nice tip. I'm ripping off the owner. Sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Hondo, could you ask Anders after this what this coffee shop is called? We should write the name.
It would be on the review thing, I would imagine. What I would have read.
Yeah, read the review card.
What's the review card?
The top of the review, it's the Content Cup.
Oh, I love it.
You'd also see that on your way in through the front door. The hanging sign would say the Content Cup in this kind
of lovely name.
Joyful cup.
Okay.
As Mary, what was your sleight of hand?
22.
Yeah. You gather like a good fistful, stuff them in your pocket, kind of angrily, and sheepishly. The rest of your party has kind of finished their business, and you're all able to depart the cup. no worse for wear. And Hondo, this drink is, and Sam, the sandwich is fucking divine. It's delicious. But the drink, immediately as you take your first sip, it's like a mixture of many, many different flavors. There's a chocolatey kind of cinnamon note. There's certainly coffee at the base of it. But the first sip, you just feel this warmth wash over you, and you're just fucking calm as hell. Everything is just super chill. The world is just pretty nice. Everything's all right.
I could live here.
As you all make your way together now for the first time, stumbling out into the cobblestone street here, with renewed focus, your senses are all just kind of blasted on all sides. Hondo, you're oblivious somewhat to the immediate smells of smoke and sweat. You can smell burning coal and fresh food, and you feel the heat and this buzz of activity as now on the outside of this shop, hundreds of creatures are going about their day's activities. There's a hustle and bustle of a grand metropolis, and this place is clearly unique, even at this first glance. Tall Gothic buildings of these harsh angled stone line each of the streets. Any fences you see around some of these buildings and topping some of these buildings you see are topped with long blades, these very sharp, jagged looking blades. From the peaks of some of these taller structures, you can see gargoyles kind of loom over the edge. Statuesque, but you never know. And as your eyes kind of trail upwards, as you're kind of following the lines of some of these buildings and these gargoyles, your eyes see no sun and no sky, but just more city. This great twisted ring of buildings and thousands of creatures and energetic civilization in this continual loop just rises kind of Inception style in all directions and all encompassing the city of doors. And draw your eyes back down to your level, you do indeed glance about and see a myriad of different figures, humanoids of every shape and size, most of them heads down and pushing through crowds, either with wares to sell or deliveries to be made, or just moving from place to place with determination. And for the first time in a long time, although you just kind of had an odd encounter there, you do feel as if you don't necessarily stand out as the odd collection that you are, and just kind of blending in with the miasma of hundreds of different people, different lives all at once. You can see immediately there are dragonborn of various colors and gemstone-like scales, creatures that are purely alien to anything you've seen thus far. Infernal and celestial creatures side by side, angel and demon and devil alike, just wandering the streets and stopping and window shopping like no place you've ever been before.
Bad place. Not a bad place.
What do you do?
Hondo, did I overhear that guy say that if you're looking for the good stuff, it's in the market ward?
Yep, he said the bathhouse, we can get info, the free
league.
The free league, yes. And the market as well, he said you can get info, you can find a lot of good stuff. It's all good.
We should call you, Henry. That's what you want to be known as here? Is that your name?
I'm Henry the Blue, yes.
Okay, let's do code names. Mary, what do you want?
Sarah before?
Sarah? Okay. Sarah.
Val, you
Molly,
should
what
be
about
party.
you? I'm not going to use it.
Roxanne?
Roxanne.
Sure.
Classic. I'll take Marty. I did a hard turn on it. Marty it is. Marty Bird. Shouts to Ozark Season 4. We're excited for you.
Wait, do we have to change our voices too?
We can, yeah. So try some now. What do you got for us?
Charmed, I'm sure. Roxanne.
I love it. I love it.
Thanks.
What's Henry's voice like?
Do the glare. I'm not doing any voice.
Yeah, okay. It's pretty gravelly.
I'm Henry.
Gordo, do you want to be Ned Tugin? Wait, Ted? Which one's the fake one?
It's me. They call me Milkshake.
Oh no, I hate it. I'm so scared.
All
I
right.
love it. Yes.
Milkshake.
Milkshake it is.
Oh no!
Very high pitched.
I already
MS
forgot
for
everyone
short.
else's.
Milky.
No, it's
Right.
milky. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, just say milkshake.
Milky.
Milky is not
Amazing.
in short form.
Milkshake it is.
Is
All
that
right.
everybody?
I think we're set.
That's everybody. Okay.
Henry, Milkshake, Sarah, Roxanne, Marty.
Can someone go ahead and roll a d6 for me?
Who wants it? Brawley and I did the last weird thing, so one of you kids. Hondo, you do it. Sorry, Henry, you do it.
All right.
Just a straight d6.
Come on.
Three.
Trois.
Cool. As you were.
All right. Did he point to where the market was? Do you want to lead us there, Henry?
He kind of gave a gesture as you guys are kind of just on the outside on the front. If you were to continue down the street that the alley would have led out of, you continue down this main street, and it seems like a relatively main thoroughfare type street. It's a double wide street. You notice that there are no carts, and there are very few beasts of burden. That is the one thing that does make you kind of stand out. Having Keith and Fern is a little bit different. Everyone else seems to be kind of moving of their own volition. If they're carrying things, they're kind of pulling them themselves, or there are a handful of smaller animals, but you don't see any horses. You see very little bestial creatures. That's just one thing that you all take in rather quickly, that kind of stands out a little bit. But you begin making your way down this initial street, just kind of begin walking into this strange world for the first time. And it is indeed just rather strange. It's very much like your first time in a big city like New York, and you're just carried along by the crowd. The crowd is not stopping to let you fucking window shop or look up at the tall skyscrapers. They're pushing you. They're angry. They're doing their thing, and you're just kind of swept into the mix of it. But there's something like weirdly at home of just being kind of lost in the crowd. You're very much just calm, and the more Hondo you drink that drink, the calmer and calmer you find yourself being. You're just very content with the world around you. And it is delicious. Was it worth $65? You're not sure, but you guys begin kind of just following this path and just seeing this continued streets, and you see little shops and little carts on the side. You can see someone kind of shouting out and holding up papers and kind of flagging people down, but you can't quite catch what they're saying over the hustle and bustle of the city around you. You see people just shouting up and down floors over multiple different levels of buildings, yelling at one another. People are selling some wares here, but this seems to be more of an area where like things are being manufactured and made. You see many shops that are more in the manufacturing kind of business. There are a lot of storefronts or businesses here that are not so much storefronts, that are not so much selling the things, but preparing them and getting them ready. There's a lot of shipping and receiving of materials, raw and otherwise. And as you walk for about an hour here before just continuing on the same drag, this same kind of path, you can tell that there's a hub of activity ahead. It's like you can hear this distinct, louder sound of city life. It's not far ahead, but immediately ahead of you here, you can hear an argument begin to break out. And there's the crowd of people moving down the street begin to kind of faintly divert left. They begin to kind of pull on the left side of the road, leaving a wide berth to the right. And about a couple hundred feet ahead, you can see as the crowd does begin to kind of skirt, and you're watching in a pretty perceptive lot. You can see that there was a cart that was loaded with, looks like at a distance, as you get within 100, 200 feet. Looks like kind of scrap metals and some kind of, maybe it might be coal, might be there's raw ore or something like that, but there's two mounds in the back of this cart. And the cart would be coming in your direction. It would be against the flow of traffic. And you can see the cart, one of its wheels has completely broken. Its right wheel, so the left side, the left that you're looking at. And you can see there's a a large hound that would be strapped at the front of the cart to pull it. But it's not a normal hound, a mechanical steel construct. Looks like it was crafted and made, but is this four-legged, typical dog-like creature. And you can see its eyes, and it's kind of standing perfectly still. Every now and again it shifts, and you can tell it's kind of pulling against the reins, but not quite moving or doing anything beyond that, making no sound. You can see that as I said, the cart is kind of tilted at an odd angle, and the closer and closer you get, you're starting to pick up some of the words, and you can see that there are three individuals who kind of stand over top of another figure who is on his knees attempting to fix the wheel, and is trying to kind of angle up to push the cart up, and is actively, you can see, with tools all kind of splayed out, trying to pull the wheel off and put a different one on. While you see these three similarly dressed figures are kind of berating and intimidating and kind of like acting like punks to this man. You can see each of them are wearing, they're all wearing red in some capacity. They're kind of wearing general greens and leathers, and there's like kind of hooded cloaks that are not fully over their faces, just kind of up, kind of hoodlum like, and they each are wearing though red, either like sashes or patches across their armor, across their clothes. One wears like this kind of half cape, almost like poncho, that is full red, and you can see they all have like heavy boots on. They seem almost kind of mercenary militia is probably the closest you would kind of just at a glance and looking purely on their style. And you notice one other key component is at their hips and slung over, kind of held out by two of them. You can see firearms, weapons that thus far you've only seen really wielded by one other individual. But all three of them seem to be carrying and wielding these firearms and holding them kind of not directly at this figure, but holding them threateningly nonetheless. However, this figure who's kneeling on the ground doesn't seem to be giving any edge, and is continuing just kind of going about the motions of trying to fix the wheel of his cart. As you kind of hear, "Look, I told you once. Your boss wants this shit, he can come down to the foundry and get it himself. Stop sending little piss ants to annoy me." And just kind of puts a shoulder in and kind of juts up, and the cart kind of rises, and the two of the three jump up and yank it back down onto the ground, and it clatters, and he kind of stumbles back. "Look, I fucking had it with you. I'm not gonna fight you. Let me go about my business." Or he will, and he kind of gestures to the steel dog. And the three of them just kind of shake their heads and just, "We're not letting you go unless you give us half of what you got in that cart."
Can we see what's in the cart, sorry, or is it completely covered?
It's not covered at all. You can see there probably was a faint covering that seems to have slipped at this point, but you can make out, it seems like scrap metal and like coal, like just like raw ore, and like two piles. So one pile of like kind of scrap bits of metal, and the other is kind of raw ore, charcoal, or just coal. You're not entirely sure. If you get closer, you can potentially learn more, but at this point, you can't see much more.
And secondly, the like ruffians, do they look like, you described their clothes, but do they look well made? Do they look kind of beat up? Do they look?
Make a perception check.
Perception?
I'm going to be starting to walk over.
22. Wait, 23.
23. You can tell that there are a lot of patchwork and piecemeal bits to the like fashion of it, but the make of it, of the armor pieces, is different than anything you have encountered thus far. It looks like leather. It looks like it has more like maneuverability to it, but it also seems to have a sheen and quality of hardened steel. Like it looks like a more advanced leather. There doesn't appear to be any kind of rivets. It's almost like pieces that are attached to the clothing itself to give better maneuverability. it's difficult because it's simultaneously a little patchwork, but simultaneously the patches are really impressive. It's probably the best way to put it. It's just different than anything you've seen thus far. Are you guys stopping or just continuing by?
I'm starting to walk over.
Okay.
Hey lads, what seems to be the problem here?
The one of them looks over at you and says, "Mind your own fucking business, huh?"
This is my business. What's going on?
Are you with him? And the guy kind of looks up at you and kind of gives you a look, and you can see this kind of gruff-looking human male. This big mustache on his face, just this classic mustache, and stubble everywhere else. Kind of a mop of brown hair. It's kind of disheveled, a little greasy. He's wearing this pretty tattered leather jacket with a high collar, and pretty like simple looking clothes beneath that. That all seem to be kind of stained, and as you're getting closer, you can see the stains are like, oil, and like a man who works with his hands on the daily, and he looks physically like he does that too. He's relatively wide in the shoulders, and arms and hands look rather sturdy. As he kind of looks up at you with a little cocked eyebrow, like, who's this guy coming over?
Listen, he said, if your boss wants it, he's got to come down to the foundry himself.
The ruffian looks to you and says, "Look, you don't want to say anything about my boss. You don't know anything about this place. You better get to stepping now, or this is going to get ugly."
It's a pretty cute speech. You gonna hit me with one of your boomsticks?
I pull out my knife. Do you want to see that again?
Easy, lad. Easy.
The man kind of stands
I'm in the
up.
back, just like with a finger over like the bridge of my nose, just trying
Judging.
to just being like, oh, we've been here 30 seconds.
The man stands and puts a hand out to both of you and says, "No worries. We're not going to come to struggle and fight here. This is a simple day. These are good folk just trying to do the right thing. They may come off a little hot. I kind of appreciate that. Now look, they're clearly outsiders. You Crimson Coin fucks know not to mess with anybody outside of the hive. Now get back to the fucking hive before we do have something to worry about. I don't know what these folks can do, but Ace over here will bite your ass in half. And I'm going to stand back and laugh. I know how those things work. You jam once, and I'm going to jam it somewhere else. Get the fuck out of my face." The one in front steps up, but with both of you, make intimidation checks.
All day.
$20.
Ooh, 24.
And with this.
Yeah,
this
what do you
guy
add
who's-
though, Hondo?
You can if you want. Go ahead.
7? 27.
27.
The guy who's kind of leading, the other two are still kind of hanging back ever so. And this guy who's kind of up front looks from this gentleman, and looks like if you weren't here, they would go to town. But the two of you standing over top, even being outsiders and not knowing the stakes, you kind of, "We'll be seeing you, both of you." And he kind of looks at both of you and says, "One day, sometime soon, hope you meet the general. I'll tell him."
Hey,
about
buddy.
you."
I've fucking beat a dragon before. You ain't done shit. When you beat a dragon, you can come and talk to me. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Go on, shoo, shoo, shoo. Get away, you pussy.
Begins kind of walking back a couple of steps. But he says, "You ain't shit in the cage. Remember that."
We've been to the fucking cage, pal. Go back to your hive. Buzz off.
The three of them begin kind of pulling away, and they slip down an alley as this guy kind of, you hear his mechanical hound kind of break from the reins and kind of come up between the two of you and him, and he kind of taps and says, "It's all right, Ace. I think they're on our side."
Fern will just pad up, just super wide-eyed at Ace, just kind of like look down at him, try and
Ace just
poke his
sits,
snout with his snout.
sits, and then just stares perfectly still like a statue, right at Fern.
Fern will do the same and just sit back.
Eve will sniff him and sneeze.
There is no reaction from the dog. He just stared. He says, those were some mighty fine words you were slinging around there. I hope you know what you might have just got yourself into. I don't think you do necessarily, but I appreciate it.
We rarely do, but our bite's just as bad as our bark, so we can handle it.
That's good to hear. Crimson Coin, they got some fools up front, but they do have power behind it. You got to take a hard stance sometimes. Sometimes you got to know when it's best to walk away.
Mm-hmm.
There's something to keep in mind for your times here in the cage.
Appreciate that, sir. You need any help with this cart? We can. I'm not the strong one, but our friends back there certainly are. They can help you out.
All right, you got more with you. Yeah. Look, I can do the fixing if you don't mind just holding it in place for me.
I can hold it up for you, no problem.
Sounds good.
An accent.
Sounds good. Before we kind of get down to work, I think some pleasantries are in order. Puts his hand out, and you can just see this fucking mitt of a hand. Puts it out. It's just, name's Doc Smith.
I'm Marty. We're the wrong crowd.
Wrong crowd. Oh, that sounds about right. Nice to meet you, Marty. And you?
Henry, at your service.
Henry. You got some classic names. That's interesting.
Introduce yourselves, guys. As the gang trots up.
Looks over at you, Brawley. Says, kind of actually, he drops down to one knee with his hand out to kind of meet your eye a little better.
Oh, a gentleman. Roxanne.
Roxanne, it's a pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Pleasure's all mine.
Looks at the other two of you kind of hanging in the back. He puts a hand out, but if you don't reach for it, he just kind of quickly takes it back and does a little salute, unless you do step forward.
No, just like standing back and like rubbing my temples and just like raise my hand in a gesture.
No worries. Call me Doc. Yeah, I have reason to.
That's Sarah.
Sarah, nice to meet you.
All right, I should have introduced myself.
And wait till you hear this. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, friend.
Yo, Milkshake. You want to introduce yourself?
It's not really talkative.
Oh, hi. I'm Milkshake.
Pleasure to meet you, Milkshake. It's a peculiar name. In truth, I don't even know what a milkshake is. It's nice to meet you.
They call me that because I'm so cold and creamy.
What the fuck?
I just see him blushing.
I just stare at the ground, nodding.
He just kind of nods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right then. Roxanne, if you wouldn't mind giving me a little hand here, I'm get working.
No problem at all.
Thanks. Go ahead and make a strength check.
How suspicious of us all is he after that whole thing?
Make an
Sarah,
insight
you're
check.
good at tinkering. You can help out too. Maybe
Just
I'll
call
try
me
the
Mary?
southern accent now. No, I said Sarah.
Did you?
You
18.
did say Sarah.
I'm good.
Okay.
I heard him say
I
Sarah.
reckon I did.
I rolled a 5 on the dice, but that's a
It's what?
21.
Okay. Suspicious is probably not the right word, but just like curious and ever so slightly off-put by Milkshake. But for the most part, not much is really throwing him, even though this has been kind of a weird interaction from your perspective. This doesn't seem particularly weird for him. And he's just happy to have some assistance here, and he's impressed the whole interaction with you, kind of the showdown with the coin, you can tell he appreciated someone else kind of standing up to these bullies. But Allie, you put your shoulder into the cart, it lifts up, and in just a few seconds, he's got another wheel in place, and with like this massive wrench and a couple of other smaller tools, you see they kind of like go and they kind of flare out from the wrench and like begin doing little like sprockets and shifting on their own with little interaction from him. You can see there's a little mechanical magic or science, you're not sure, to his actions. But in a few seconds, you're able to kind of set it down, and the wheel is indeed attached. He picks up the other one, throws it in the back, and says, well, like I say, thanks for intervening there. I do have to get this on down to the foundry, but you lot look very, very new here. I imagine you could use a guide, or you can use maybe a couple of pointers. I'd be happy to show you around, or at least point you in the right direction. Let me pay you a favor back.
Yeah, we really appreciate that.
Is there anything in the city you're here for in particular?
We were lucky enough to wander into this place, and we're kind of looking for trade. A little bit of information, a little bit of gear, just to see the sights of the market.
Right. That's, I mean, no offense, that's more or less what most people are coming to the city for, so I suppose I should have guessed that. Well, you're not far from the market. If you keep going down this way here, market board's pretty big. But the heart of it, if you just find the center, you'll know when you see it. Keep going down this here road. This more or less takes you around the whole city if you give it enough time. You'll find your way there to find all kinds of things, information, people, things for trade. If I may make a suggestion, there's a place that's a good one for types like you to maybe crash for the night when you're done. There's a good tavern by the name of Second Chances. The owner there, his name is Badane. He's a good friend. If you tell him you ran to old Doc Smith, he'll give you the best rooms he's got.
Old Doc Smith.
Maybe if
Doc, appreciate that.
No problem. I'll when I'm done my day, I'll make my way up that way and see if I can counter you again if you happen to be there. If not, no worries. But I think it'd be interesting.
You all right taking this back to the foundry yourself?
Oh yeah, easily. She'll be fine. If it weren't for those fuckheads, we would have been no problem.
By the way, what do they call this whole city nowadays?
Well, depends on who you are. For those of us who've been here most of our life, called the cage. Those of you who are coming in fresh, most people call it sigil. Some people call it sigil. They can fuck off. Yeah, you hear it called the cage. Also, the real fancy fucks will call it city of doors, but any city's a city of doors.
Ain't that the truth?
Make any fucking sense. The old foundry is it's down in the shit. It's a different world that the DM can't remember the name of.
No, that's all right, Doc. Don't you
Hang
worry.
on 1 second. It's in the lower ward.
Oh, of course.
It's if you keep going around, it's a ways if you ever feel like getting a day's work in, you'll find it down in the lower ward.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Those weapons, those Crimson folk were holding. You kind of sounded familiar with them.
Oh yeah, well, they're kind of their signature. The Crimson Coin. They're a mercenary company, or conglomerate at this point. They own more or less the whole hive. I shouldn't even say more or less. They do own the hive. They own the hive and they own parts of the lower ward, and they've begun to make their way through the clerks and more or less try and take claim of any other ward they can. They'll try and take coin from anybody they can. And those weapons are they're hard to come by. More often they make them themselves. people like myself, a specific set of skills, know how to do that kind of stuff. And well, their leader will apply pressure and make certain people do work for him. And when he does, they don't typically leave the hive again. You know what I'm saying?
Best stay out of there then.
I would say that is fair. You don't want to be going there without a right plan.
All right. Well, yeah, I think we're going to check out that marketplace ward, and we'll keep a clear eye of the hive. And then we'd love to meet you at Second Chances. Have a couple wiggly pops.
I'll come by in a couple hours. I got a couple more things I got to do with my day, and it takes a minute to get right back around. But I think you might have a couple of stories to share by the looks of things.
I reckon we do. Ain't that right, Milkshake? Milkshake, you listening?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to hear some of these stories of Milkshake has, especially the creamy ones. They're pretty good.
I never heard the word creamy so much. All right, I'm gonna take off now. You take care of yourselves. If you encounter the coin again,
we're gonna kick the shit out of them. Don't you worry.
Don't make too big a name for yourselves. I'd like to at least have one drink before you get arrested.
All right, that's fair.
All right, take care. He begins making his way down the way you guys had just come from, and you see Ace immediately just kind of scurry over, run in. He hooks the reins into him, and they're off, making their way forward.
What a nice guy. Really like. We should definitely meet him later for a drink. He was a cool dude.
You guys continue onward?
Yeah, let's keep going towards that marketplace. Hondo, great insults towards the Crimson. Oh, sick.
You know, we've seen it all. They've probably seen 2 cents worth of things. We got it.
Fuck around, find out. I get it.
Local gangsters, give me a break. What do they do all day?
Let's try and stay out of trouble. He's right. We don't want to get arrested by kicking the shit out of some street toughs.
Hondo, you know probably more than most people, except for probably me, how fucking connected little shitheads like that can be. They could be not that much, but the people behind them can cause a lot of trouble, especially when we don't entirely know.
Maybe we want to know the people behind them. Maybe they will be interesting people that can help us.
There's a difference between knowing them and pissing them the fuck off so that they either want us dead or left forever somewhere to rot.
The more info we get, the better, though. Let's keep trying to gather as much info as we can.
Maybe we want to get arrested and then get in jail. We can pick up some info, maybe.
Well, one of us can do that. Probably the blue one.
As you guys continue down this main drag, Mary, Hondo, Gord, everybody.
Level 17, baby.
Yeah. Everyone has perception proficiencies and crazy stuff. Continue down this main drag, and you do see. It takes you another hour, maybe 45 minutes, maybe a half hour, as you're just following the crowd, continuing down this path. You do see sign of more of those crimson coin, or at least those wearing the symbols and that same color, just kind of hanging on stoops of buildings and just kind of in the crowd, not seemingly doing anything more, but you do catch sign of a couple here and there. It seems that they are indeed kind of interspersed. You do also see Mary, I would say you're the first to pick it up, being the most suspicious. There is another figure who has been kind of following you now for about the last 20-25 minutes. Small, kind of in amongst the crowd, kind of scurrying through, very reminiscent of little thieving hands, little roguish activity. You could make out this kind of gray cloak hung low over a small figure, maybe 3 to 4 feet tall, very short, and kind of making their way through the crowd. Nobody kind of paying any other mind, but you do catch every now and again out of the side of your eye, as you kind of take a look, they'll duck into a corner, they'll duck behind somebody taller. Someone is at least headed this direction, and you think following you. something that you all kind of catch, but Mary, you're the first to really pinpoint. Nothing happens thus far. They still seem to be keeping a distance from you. That's something to keep an eye on. Let's have old Milkshake. Throw me a d6.
Come on, Milkshake.
I am never going to be able to keep a straight face.
It's really hard.
That's a 1.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I also love how, Gordy, you remember that you're not, like, in your 70s again, right? You got, like, healed back to being the youngest one in the Wildcards. We're using our old man voice.
I think this is a young man's voice.
This is a very tiny, creepy voice. I like it.
I've never felt so alive.
Oh, it's awful.
I love it.
I appreciate it.
As you guys make your way closer and closer to what you believe to be this market ward, you hear this loud ringing and clanging sound as the street begins to kind of split in two directions. And you see this kind of tall, flat iron-like building. The wedge of it is directly ahead of you, but this loud clanging and ringing sound catches your ear, and you just want to seek it out. And you kind of follow this right path around this first building, though you do catch the sign out front, or the windows out front. It looks like a really opulent-looking shop, kind of black marble exterior with gold trim around windows and across the doors and even through the marble of the actual stone itself. Interesting note just to like kind of circle back around to. But this ringing, this kind of faint whistling thrum catches your ears and makes you want to investigate more. And you kind of continue past this flat iron building, and immediately on the other side of this building, it opens up into a massive open bazaar. And immediately to the right, you can see this monstrous cathedral-like building. One massive open wall shows this huge burning forge and 2 anvils the size of large horses. Inside these 2 open archways, you can see inside what would be like a church interior, 2 12-foot tall fire giants working in unison as they are whistling this low rumbling tune and hammering out this massive greatsword. With each whack and drop of the hammer, you watch as across the greatsword, as they kind of tip it up and turn it to flip to the other side, you can see these immense runes all flaring and like bleeding out liquid fire. And you can see a sign made of this kind of faintly glowing ember-like flame. It says the Whistling Giants. And you see the 2 of them just working hard on some impressive weaponry. Beyond them, you can see inside kind of racks of shelves of armor and weapons and just anything you can make with metal that could potentially be used in combat. It's inside here. It immediately catches your eye to your right, but to your left, you just see this sprawling open marketplace. Stalls and carts and tents all about the outside, just more buildings like this one. But this is the first one to catch your eye. What do you do?
Oh, should we go check out their stock, see what they can do? Let's go check it out. Slowly walk up to them.
You're making your way close, a little trepidatious, as you do indeed see 12-foot tall fire giants, hair somewhat aflame, and they're both like this charcoal-like skin. And yet their sweat is beating down, and it's just pouring and sizzling and steaming off of the hard, hot work surfaces. As you make your way inside, one of them takes the blade and puts it back into the heat of the forge, as the other sets the hammer down as you make your way in and makes its way over towards you. It says, "Oh, how may I help you?"
How you doing today, sir?
Oh, it's just fine, thank you. What have you come to the Whistling Giants for?
Impressed by your stock. Looking maybe for a little bit of trade. Maybe you guys do custom orders?
Indeed, we can. We do anything just about with the right material. If you're looking for some of our wares, Check out that far wall.
All right. What if I pitch something to you that might be a little ambitious, but I've been thinking about for a while?
Let me get my brother. And he kind of steps over to the other, has a little conversation quietly, and the other kind of makes his way over. It says,
Name's Dokir Red Skull. How can I help you?
Dokir?
Yeah.
Name's Marty. Nice to meet you.
I'd shake your hand, but I'd crush your whole body.
Probably crush and burn me. Smithereens. Dokir, I had an ambitious request, and I don't mean to waste your time, but this is my weapon of choice. And I'll just delicately take out Aetherius. Just kind of like put it down on the table.
Mm-hmm.
But I was mighty attached to a weapon before it, and I was wondering if there's any way to combine them, some way to retain some of the arcane of the first weapon with the essence of this one.
He looks over at Aetherius and says,
Do you have the other?
I have bits of it, sir, and I'll take out from the bag of holding. Probably at some point got a tiny pouch of the broken remains of Heartbreaker's Hill.
As you kind of lay it out on this kind of metal work surface, kind of pokes it with like a pinky and kind of like sifts through the elements of it. Looks it up and down, and looks at Aetherius and kind of gingerly holds it up in his hand. Says,
This is an impressive blade.
Thank you, sir.
Elvish make. You see,
and he kind of like flicks it, and you hear that resonating sound, that tuning fork kind of resonance. And as he does, you watch as the runes of the Moonblade kind of alight. It says,
These runes are a modification of our original Jotun runes. The elves, they took it for themselves and they made it their own, imbued it with the light of the moon, where we use the powers of the earth, of natural forces. The idea to which you speak could be accomplished, but not by my hand, unfortunately. The touch of the moon rune can only be modified by elven hand.
That's amazing to know, sir. I really appreciate that wisdom.
One thing I know, it's weapons and runes. Now, if you're looking for some runes to be added to some weapons, well, that we can do.
That's mighty intriguing, sir. This is some of my associates. Perhaps they might have some weapons that might need some adding, or even a glance over your wares here on this wall.
Yeah, anything on the wall that's interesting?
Do you want to make an investigation check and see if you spot anything of interest?
Sure.
Guys, add a fire rune to something. Hondo, like, put a fucking, like, fire rune on the gambler's blade or something.
Oh.
Like, this is the dude who could do it.
My investigation was insane. 30.
Wow,
One?
okay.
17 plus 14? Is that 31?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look and see there are many different blades. There are many different suits of armor. There's a lot of like full either breastplate or half plate or full plate. They seem to do less in terms of like chain. It seems like that would be much harder from giant size hands to kind of get their head around. It seems to work in more larger pieces of metal. You note that, but you do note that many of the blades here are really impressive in their make. They're sharp and they are well made. And you've been around many weapons in your day. These are top of the line if you were to put it to a fine point like that. However, there is a couple throughout. For the most part, they're plain, steel polished metal, very nice. But there's a couple throughout that you can see have been made with different materials. And a couple that you can see have these runes, like you saw on the greatsword, and kind of what they're talking about. And you can see on a couple pieces of the armor, kind of front and center, large runes kind of taking portion of them. And on one, you can kind of see the whole piece has been made of metal and then almost like burnished and stained with this kind of red. But you can see as you get closer, the red is actually like hundreds of very intricate runes that have been carved and etched in to like the core of the armor to make it this whole new kind of suit of runed armor. You're not sure exactly what it does, but it all looks pretty dope.
If I was saying,
Henry, do you have any? Sorry, Sarah, you keep talking.
Oh no, I was just asking Scott if you were still talking to them or what was going on over there. I couldn't.
I assume this was happening while the conversation was kind of finished.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I'm just still looking through everything. I don't know if Kev was gonna suggest anything or not.
Henry, you want a rune on one of your blades?
Do I want a rune?
Rune.
These fine gentlemen here can add runes to your blades, make them more powerful.
Rune. I will. Yeah, why not? You know.
Do you mind telling us a little bit about your price and maybe what some of these runes could do?
They can be pricey, and in some cases, they're temporary. However, for temporary passage of time, they can imbue you with great strength. I have some that will fortify your armor against fire and make it stronger and hardier against standard attacking. I have a rune that can make you immune to flame for a short time. And of course, my personal favorite, the rune of smiting. You apply it to a weapon, activate it, and bring down the wretched flame of the giants upon your enemies. Burn them alive.
Is there a price difference between permanent and temporary runes?
Significantly, yes.
I'd still be interested. What do we do? That smite one seems interesting. How much are we talking permanent versus temp?
If you wanted to permanently apply, you'll be in the realm of 24,000 gold. However, if you're looking for single or number of uses, I could do 500 gold per use.
Okay. How long is this use period?
Till you use it.
Oh, it's like a...
It's a consumable item, essentially, but it's attached to your blade.
So, like, if it was a cast X things or whatever, the smite, is it actually smite?
It's a different version of smite, but it is as a bonus action. You can basically ignite the rune on whatever weapon that you have it inscribed upon. On the next successful strike with that weapon, you deal an additional 4d6 fire damage. But you could do if you have like 4 runes on it, you could use them all in one go, or you can just use one. So it's like, think of it like charges for additional 4d6. But once you use it, it's gone.
Yeah, that is cool. Admittedly, this is out of game. Admittedly, we know a lot of what we're going to be going out against. Fire doesn't mean anything to it, but obviously it's not everything. That's still pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. In terms of the rune of fortification, for a number of weeks, depending on how much money you want to put into it, you can increase a piece of armor. You can increase its AC by 1, 2, or 3, and give it fire resistance. For 1,000 gold per AC increase, so 1 for 1,000, plus 2 for 2,000, plus 3 for 3,000, and then multiply that by 2 for how many weeks you want that rune to last for. So that one is flexible in how much you want to add and for how long, but it is a temporary rune.
Could you give us a deal since it's going to be like 3-4 of us doing business here?
It's certainly possible if it is indeed to be multiple. That could be arranged.
I don't know how much. I don't how much money we have. I have very. I should look at things. Kev, I know you were looking to boost your AC, so this could be a good option.
Yes, definitely. This is exactly what I'm looking for. AC boost, yes.
The last one here is very expensive for 6,000 gold. It's a consumable one, so it's a one-time thing. But as an action, you can activate the rune and gain immunity to fire for 1 minute.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's huge. That is huge if we're literally going into hell. Like,
but it's a
that's
lot for one.
One use, 6,000.
It's 1 minute, you said, right?
1 minute. Now, keep in mind, a standard combat only lasts like 30 seconds. Like, for the most part, like 6 seconds per round. So you're looking at 10 rounds of combat before a minute is up. So most combats don't reach past 5. Some of our big ones get up into 8. We could get to 10 in theory, but likely it would be accomplished before that is up. But it would likely be only 1 combat use, essentially, for a big price. But it's a big boon as well. So something to consider. And also, you don't need to, obviously, do anything right yet. This is a place where you can come back and shop around.
How long would these things take to implement? I imagine you'd need your time.
You need time, but depending on the amount you're looking for, we can accomplish most of these in a number of hours, at most a day. If you were to go with the fortification route for an extended period of time, we may need multiple days.
Okay. What is admittedly, I'm rather attached to my armor, but out of curiosity, what is this one? And I'll point to the one on the wall.
That is basically the full package of the rune of fortification plus the immunity rune, plus a smiting rune that you can apply to any weapon. But it's going to run a cool 40k.
This is like the showpiece item that you have up at the craft show, so everyone's like, ooh, that's really fucking cool, but it's like no one actually buys it.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
But it looks
lugging around everywhere. Yeah, it looks really fucking cool.
You look good. Dokir, may I ask you a question? You mentioned that maybe some elves might be able to do something like what I was wondering. Are there any elves like that around here in the cage?
To my knowledge, I don't believe so. But I don't know everybody in the cage. I kind of keep to my work.
Well, it shows you're an excellent craftsman. You must have put a lot of hours into this. Are we interested in buying anything here? I don't want to waste this man's time. He's got plenty of work to do.
Please, think it over. We're going nowhere. Plenty of time ahead.
Well, we're heading to Second Chances probably later this evening, so if you guys want to swing by after work for a drink or something, we'd love to buy you a beverage.
Doesn't really respond. Just kind of look around.
They are so large. Like, I'm trying to imagine how these men would approach a bar for a drink.
Should we keep going on our way then if we ain't interested?
I'm thinking the AC one, what was it, the smite one, is that?
Smite is 500 per use. AC would be what AC number boost you want to try and apply. Would be 1,000 gold per AC increase, and then ×2 per how many weeks you want that to apply for.
How many weeks away are we again? 2?
2 weeks.
So you need it for at least 2.
So you'd be looking at least 6,000 minimum.
Oof. Per single AC bump.
Well,
right?
it'd be. I mean, if you want a +1 boost, you could get that for 4,000, and then
the fire immunity thing is admittedly cool as fuck. And I'm sure that will come in handy.
But the AC boost wouldn't apply until we want it to, right? Or would it be like what?
No, it's
It lasts
right away.
from the time you pick it up for a number of weeks past that point.
So I'm thinking 4 weeks and plus 1 boost would be good, I think. Yeah.
Then that would be 8,000 gold.
4 weeks might be overkill. But it's totally up to you.
That's 8,000 gold. Could you do 5?
I could do 5 for only 2 weeks.
Damn.
I mean, that's what we need, admittedly, but...
We can always come back.
Yeah, let me think about it. Give me some time.
Of course. For that much work, you would need at least a half day, if not a full day, with your armor.
That sounds fair.
Please, shop around. You won't find better prices.
Is that true?
Make an insight check.
Oh yeah, let's hear an insight.
Oh, natural 20. What a thing to roll a nat 20
Oh
on.
yeah.
You have no idea. He doesn't know. It's kind of like he's not sure. He's pretty sure that you won't find better prices on giant Jotun runes being applied to weapons and armor.
Basically, yeah. Is he whatever. Never mind.
When we leave the store, I'll be like, I bet you we could find some like backstreet guy who can do it for like half the price.
Yeah, but remember, when you buy knockoffs, Hondo, like, I mean, that's fine if you just want to look like fucking cool, but buying knockoff things that need to actually function in order to save your life might not work out as well as you want to.
It doesn't have to be a knockoff. I'm just saying, this guy might be using like the creme de la creme of materials, and you might only need like 70% of that material, right? And it still will do the same job.
Henry, you gotta support independent business. These are independent workers, and they're trying to, have a nice brand going. And sure, it might cost a little bit more than the cheap knockoff stuff you might get in the lower plains, but this is high quality material.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see. We can walk around.
How's when we come back out of the room, out of the area, Kyle, I'm gonna, every time we're walking, keep an eye out for that tail. That's all I'm gonna be focusing on.
Go ahead and make a perception check as you come outside.
Oof. That was almost a natural 20.
What?
But it was a 20 and then it turned to a 14. Perception plus 7. So dirty 20. No, 21.
21. As you come outside and you begin kind of rescanning as you're kind of fading from the conversation, you just catch the faintest sound of a couple of little footsteps. You sound little padded feet on stone and dirt, and you turn just in time to see this little gray cape just kind of skirt around a corner, coming from you guys, running away.
Oh, fuck. Everyone check your pockets.
I check my pockets.
You go check your pockets. You check your coat. Seems fine. Mary, because you're the one who is looking, as everyone begins kind of checking. Allie, you finish checking. Everything seems fine. But you're missing a ring on your hand. Your Champions Guild ring is gone.
What happened?
We gotta go track that down.
Yeah,
I leap on Fern. Kick off into the sky.
Oh no!
You kick up into the air to like gasps and like surprise from a lot of people around. How high do you go?
I just wanted to get an aerial to look over that alley to try.
Like
and
if you just keep to the roofs, they're still like 60 feet up. Like they're tall buildings here, and possibly even taller here because it would have been just around the corner of like around the back of the fire giant's kind of this like kind of cathedral like forge. And as you kind of rise up and over and Fern perches on the edge overlooking, you can see just scurrying rather quickly down this alley, this cloak is just kind of and this tiny little gray figure running down.
Over the earring, I'll be like, they're running down the alley. I'm going to hit pursuit.
As you go to like dive down with Fern, you watch as they turn and kind of turn on to the left onto the inside, on the other side of the, like taking the corner on the other side of the cathedral.
I was actually going to keep to the roof instead of plodding down. I was going to let them run through. So I was just going to try and keep like an aerial pursuit.
It still cuts across to the left as you kind of leap up and over and basically cross onto the other side. Make a perception check.
I'd follow as soon as I saw what direction they'd be going in. I'd be following as well on foot.
Son of a bitch. It's a nat one.
You, in the time it takes you to
I lost him.
Pull Fern back and kind of leap up, and rather than follow down the alley, you go up and over, almost to try and cut off. And as you kind of hover, or Fern is kind of kicking up over top of the alley, you look down into the alley and it's empty. Mary, you scurry down the corner and you kind of skid to around the corner, and you too see an empty alley and Fern and Valentine above.
Mary, they were just here. Sorry, Sarah, they were just here.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck up that like a million times. All right, I'm just gonna start walking with my hand along the wall. There's always a little cubby hole. I run into a million little cubby holes.
I begin taking out the Wayfinder sphere.
Okay.
I'm gonna say.
Let's wait to see Mary's check first.
Slightly too loud as I'm doing this, just like walking with my hand along the wall and like watching the sides of the thing to see if there's any ways to walk in. I'll say in Thieves' Cant, something to the effect of you really got to be careful when you pick your marks. Like something like that. Not even intimidating, more like exasperated, of just being like, this is probably not a good idea. Like something to that effect.
Make a persuasion or intimidation check, your choice.
They're the same. 16.
You see as you're kind of slowly walking down the alley and you say this, there's this faint little shift beneath this kind of like pile of you can see these like there's like barrels and there's like a crate and there's a couple of other things that are piled against the back wall of the forge, and you can see there's this faint kind of shift in like a piece that is kind of laying over top that would otherwise like obscure what's beneath. And as you kind of look without getting too close, you can see this little hole that would lead dug underneath the edge of the wall of the cathedral, and would kind of like dive down into like a little like hovel. And you can just see these two bulging eyes that are kind of glistening, looking back out at you. And it's otherwise shadow, but you can see the glisten of these two big bulging eyes.
I'll just crouch down, and like they've seen me, I'm assuming.
Yep.
I'll crouch down and hold my hand out and say, I'll keep it in Thieves' Cant. I'll keep everything I'm saying in Thieves' Cant for now. Normally I wouldn't bother, but that was sentimental, and I really don't want trouble.
Make another persuasion check.
13.
Okay. As you kind of have your hand out, this little face peeks ever so slightly further out, and you can just see this kind of like kind of scaled mouth, really wide mouth, almost frog-like. As he goes,
"It's mine. I found it."
Found is a loose term. Found on someone else's finger?
Well, it's mine anyways.
I'll just land behind Mary on top of her.
Jesus.
Just tucks back in, but it's still there. And Mary, you see it its mouth kind of open up wide, and you can see like the bulge of this little frog throat.
All right, look, is it monetary value or shiny that we're after here?
You have more shiny. I'll trade.
What's your preference? What do you like?
Shiny.
You go through my shit.
Yeah, let me open it up.
I'll get there, and since Keith's with me, I'll pluck off one of his little bells, and I'll go, will this suffice?
He watches this little, like, the hood is still low, but you can see this little, like, toad-like creature, these bulging eyes that are kind of iridescent blue, with these large black pupils. You can just kind of see the tattered, stained, kind of gray-brown cloak with this, like, thicker hood, as these bare, kind of three-pronged hands kind of reach out and snatch the bell and pull it into the darkness. And you hear, ding, 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 ding. And then there's a brief moment where
Fine.
kind of flicks out the ring and falls out into the ground, and then he kind of pokes back out again and says,
Do you have more shiny?
Well, that
Sure.
depends, sir. Do you have something else of value? Maybe some information?
Oh, I have lots of information. What do you want to know? Where do you want to go?
kind of scurries out, hood down.
I could be your guide. I could be your guide. I could show you around. I know things. I've been places.
What kind of places you been? You been anywhere near, I don't know. What's neat around here? Like the ruler of this place or something?
A ruler of what? I've been into the bathhouse. We've been down to the lower ward. We've been down into the clerk's ward. We've been in the back rooms of many different places. The sewers. The sewers are fun.
Oh, the sigil have like a king or queen or something?
No king, no queens, no rulers here. No.
Well, I do think we could definitely use a guide. Let's find something else that you might be interested in, though. I don't want you to be giving it all away.
I'll work. I'll show. I'll guide.
Remember the last time at a game we had a weird little animal-based guide, Kenku, who gave us a way to tally the assassin? When we were in Rogue One? That was fun.
Oh, yeah.
A real long time ago. That one was cute, too. I don't hang on to a lot of shiny stuff, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going through my list. I don't keep sentimental things.
This could be really fun for you, sir. By the way, what's your name? Would you bless us with that?
kind of looks up and down the street, kind of looks up in the sky for a second, looks back at you and says,
My name's Horace.
Horace, it's a pleasure to meet you. We're the wrong crowd. My name is Marty.
Wrong crowd. That's funny.
That's why we wear WC logos everywhere, branded all over around.
I didn't notice that. That's interesting.
We got to work on our branding. Yeah, it's under here. It's a little subtle.
I have known. And he kind of peels back his little cloak, and beneath this kind of like patchwork leather armor and clothing, you can see this kind of almost like a classic like kind of political button is kind of like pinned to his chest, and you can see this kind of A with a big like slash through it.
What does that stand for there, Horace?
I'm with the Revolutionary League. We call ourselves the Anarchists.
Oh, all right. What do you guys want a revolution from?
Anyone in control. Anyone in power.
Is there like one power here that like dominates sigil sets like the law and order?
Well, there's two powers here. There's two. The general and the lady. Both of them bad, both evil, both dark, both in control. We're all prisoners beneath the general and the lady.
Well, I thought you said there wasn't a queen here. What's this lady all about that you're talking?
Oh, she's no queen. Queens are good. Queens are in control. She's in control, but she is not good. No.
Well, we heard about the general. He sounds like a real pain in the neck. And he's around where the hive is. Isn't that right?
Shh. Why?
Sorry. That's my bad. But then whereabouts might this lady hang out?
It would probably be in the lady's ward. There's a ward dedicated to her and her servants and rich and fancy folk of the city.
Those rich types. Can't trust them. Do the lady and the general not get along? Are they kind of in conflict with each other?
I think so. I think there's a secret war.
Oh my, a secret war? What do you know about that?
Not much, it's a secret.
Oh, all right. Maybe we could incentivize you to know more about it if you had little inklings about it?
If you have any more shinies, maybe.
What about this? Now, this is a little shiny, but you gotta be careful with it, all right? And I'll take out a little pouch that's been separated into 3. And these are 3 pinches of pixie dust from our Feywild arc with the Dubkatha. And I'll just take out one. Now don't spread it out too much because some kind of magical effect could happen. But I got 3 of these pouches. I'd love to give you one for a little more info.
Kind of reaches out, snatches, and holds it. Just gently opens and looks inside.
Sand?
Pixie dust. Do you know what a pixie is? All right, now pixies and magical creatures are from a place called the Feywild. And the thing about this sand, I know it doesn't look like much, but if you were to go do a sprinkle of it,
he throws it at you.
Oh no. This Valentine was the only one to get hit with this last time too.
Well, I don't know if it happens to him or to me, so we're gonna have to find out.
He throws it outward.
Okay.
So let's see. Go ahead and make, I think it's a charisma save. Did I make this as an item? Like, did you have an item?
I just had 3 pouches of pixie dust. But I remember reading about it and I was like, ooh, this is interesting. So in Beyond the Witchlight, there's a thing about it.
Oh, yeah.
As an action, you can sprinkle the dust on yourself or another creature you can see within 5 feet. The recipient gains a flying speed of 30 feet and the ability to hover for 1 minute.
This
if
was
the creature is airborne.
This was different pixie dust.
I thought yours was like randomized.
It is. I'm going to do that. So we're going to make a charisma save.
You got it.
If you're resisting, but I assume you are.
No, I'm going to. This scares me.
You don't want to be a tiny Valentine again for a while?
18.
Okay. You resist the effects, and the dust just kind of like freezes in air, and it's all tinkly and fun. And Horace is like, oh, and he kind of leans out into it and kind of sniffs it in and breathes in a little bit of it.
Oh boy, Horace, what have you done?
So he succeeds as well. That's a pretty good roll.
Good for you,
And
Horace.
it's just kind of sparkly and shiny. He's like, is that it? Is it? It was pretty.
Yeah, you like that?
Sick. Is that it?
Well, sometimes a magical effect happens. But by golly, you surprised the heck out of me when you threw it at me.
You said to throw it. Huh?
Yeah, no, that's my fault.
Do you have more?
I got more of that, and we also got more things. We got buttons. We got other little shiny trinkets and stuff.
Okay.
Now, weren't you going to tell us maybe if you knew a little bit more about the secret war that potentially was going on?
Fine. But I want both the pixie dust.
All right, we can certainly do that if the information you provide is sufficient. Here's one right away, just to be sure.
He tucks it and then just immediately tucks it down into a pocket and doesn't immediately use it. Well, I don't know. I don't know much. But
general has been here for longer than my life, but I'm young. Maybe 15, maybe 20, maybe longer. The king challenged the lady. She didn't like that, but she didn't destroy him. Anyone else who would come up against the lady would be ripped apart and flayed alive and thrown into a prison in a dungeon for all of eternity. But somehow he walked away free. So we knew he was strong. But he didn't act out against her either. And she didn't act against him. And every year he would grow stronger. And his militia would grow. His army would grow more. The Crimson Coin, the Bloodborne, all would grow and grow and grow. And they took the hive. But the lady did nothing. Something is happening. Secretly. That's all I know.
Well, that is mighty valuable information. Could I get a clarification? What's that other thing the Crimson Coin are called? The Blood something?
The Bloodborne. The Bloodborne Company.
Bloodborne Company. Is that just another name for them, or is that someone else associated with them?
There are some of the Crimson who weren't initially with them, who were forced to be with them. We call them the Bloodborne.
I see.
Were these individuals from here, or were they outsiders originally?
There used to be 15 factions across the city. When the general came, he eliminated his biggest competition and assimilated it to his. And now there's only 11.
It's fascinating stuff. It's so interesting. You ever seen him generally? You know what he looks like?
I've never seen him. No. I was captured once. I was in their dungeon. But I didn't see him. No. I saw his other creatures, monsters, evil folk.
Did you escape, or were you let free?
And a couple of us, we ran. I made something special to get away. A key.
And he kind of like pulls back and draws out this kind of leather loop, and there's a key that you can see is like if you took like molten metal and held it in a mold and then pulled it right back out. It's like splayed out all weird, and it's kind of not fully formed. It's like,
I made this in the prison. I'm free.
I think I know. I think Leah knows what that is. Does Mary know what that is? Okay.
I mean, it's kind of as I described. It kind of just looks like a shoddily made key.
Okay.
Well, Horace, that is an impressive story, and I'm glad you got out of there.
Me too. So, I gave you some information. I have other pixie dust.
You certainly may. You held up your end of the bargain, but just don't go throwing it around while we're here. Is that all right?
Okay, I save it for good times.
Yeah, save it for later. Horace, we did kind of notice you following us around for a bit there, but we wouldn't mind if you continued to follow us or just keep eyes on us and let us know if any other folk are doing the same thing. Would that be all right with you?
I know steal.
No steal from us, but we might be able to, give you some shiny gifts if you were to do with this kindness to us.
You see his eyes just light up again.
Okay. I'll follow.
We're probably going to go to Second Chances, lady. You ever been there?
Sort of. I've been beneath.
Well, listen. Yeah, of course. When we go to Second Chances later tonight, why don't you come around back about 10 or so minutes after we've been inside? We'll leave you something nice to eat. Maybe something shiny there, too.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, Horace, it was a pleasure to meet you, sir.
You too. I'll watch. I'll follow.
I appreciate it. Remember, you see anyone, you let us know. Okay. And by golly, if one of us ends up in that dungeon, I hope you come in with that little key, because that would be so handy. So kind of you.
Slinks slowly into the shadows.
Well, he was delightful.
I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. I was speaking openly.
Wait.
Should we carry on, guys? Keep looking through the market?
Just
I'll jump back on Fern.
Keep an eye on your pockets, your important shit.
Horse, keeping an eye on our pockets now.
I mean, yeah.
You guys make your way back out of this alley and just into the thoroughfare. You do notice that the kind of hustle and bustle is almost growing. Like it's kind of even getting busier than it was before, and it was already busy. Though no change of like the lighting or like, there's no sun or like, as far as you can tell, you can't tell the passage of time. Something to keep in mind. You feel like you've been here now a couple of hours of travel and talking and interacting with the city. And you do notice, as I said, that this market area is starting to grow a little busier.
You guys
want
want
the lunch rush?
Yeah, you're right. You guys want to head over to Second Chances, maybe book some rooms? I mean, Doc said we'd probably end up getting the good rooms with Dane, but...
Do we know where that is in relation to here?
Not yet. He said it's in this area.
I mean, we'll keep an eye out for it. Is there anything specifically we're looking for in this marketplace? Hondo, you always have your eye on like a million different things. We know potions would be tight. Admittedly, I mean, I don't exactly have super full coffers, so I'm not sure if there's anything specific I'm looking for. But I'm not sure if anyone else has their eye on anything.
I just have my eye on that one thing. But potion sounds mighty handy. Why don't we go ask around?
Okay. So you're going with the request of just trying to seek more potions and just interesting items and things?
I mean, yeah, but apparently this place is the place of weird lost items, found items, all sorts of random shit. So
if there's a wondrous magic item shop, that'd be cool.
Okay. Go ahead and make just a straight charisma roll to see how well you can charm the locals into giving you the right directions.
Straight charisma. Here we go. Whew, we literally teetered on one. That is an 18.
Okay. Despite being outsiders, you seem to get some good information, and as you spend a little while walking through the Grand Bazaar itself and just seeing that there are indeed many assorted shops and vendors, and some of them selling just simple trinkets, and some of them you see a lot of fruits and vegetables and food and stuff like that. And there are some animals, the small animals, that are seemingly more for food than they are for companionship or any other purpose. But you are directed with that roll, directed to kind of head back out the way you came to the other side of that flat iron building that you first passed that split into this market ward. And you get the name that, if you're looking for magical wares, potions, and items, the Maiden of Joaquin is a good place to start. As you make your way around that corner.
Whoa. Joaquin. Was the Sir Joaquin? Okay. Let's sit there.
As you make your way around, back out of almost this bizarre area, if you kind of make a full circle and kind of come back around, you see indeed that kind of black marble building. You can see the gold accented pillars and filigree around frosted windows in the trim. And now that you're looking for it, you can see the gold sign above the door that kind of the road would have perfectly led into, that does say the Maiden of Joaquin. which does spark the memory of the Plains Maiden that Eli had spoken of.
This could be interesting. Let's head inside.
You make your way inside and indeed see a pretty impressive magic shop, or just a shop in general, that you can see and feel the buzz of magic all around it. There are shelves in here, there are piled boxes, there are little things that are kind of in their own little showcases all around the room, and you can see there's a handful of other people in this shop. They're kind of idly shopping and looking about. You see one larger elephantine figure who is kind of gingerly holding a book in one hand and kind of flicking over the pages. And you can see there are a pair of kind of hooded and cloaked figures off to the back corner that are kind of standing in shadow ever so slightly. But you see one figure kind of making her way through. Tall, 6'3", 6'4", rich brown skin that you can see is dotted with spots of white or even tan that you're unsure if they're natural, like beauty marks on her skin or tattooed. They're so like perfectly aligned. She wears this long leather traveling jacket with this high collar atop this simple tan vest, but with all of your passive perceptions, you can see there is well-made chainmail armor just beneath the surface of like well-refined clothing. There's still protection ready to go. And you also note a gold chain with the pendant itself is tucked beneath, so you can't quite make that out, but you can see a gold chain. In one hand she holds this golden cane, and the other she holds this thin leather bound book that is just kind of held open in one hand, and you see a quill is kind of hovering over top, following her movement, just kind of hovering and waiting, and just following it. She kind of holds us aloft. She kind of looks over the various patrons and finishes speaking with one kind of around the corner, this other female figure. They're just discussing something quietly as you guys kind of take a look around.
Let's take a look around, see what we can find here, guys.
You can see, is there anything you're looking for in particular?
Dope magical items. I mean, potions of health, obviously. Potions of healing, rather.
There's a small section of potions, and you do see some pretty good sized potions of what you would expect to come across. You see a couple of other potions that are marked and showcased, in one of which looks somewhat familiar. And it's kind of faint, this little bottle, and it's got this faint little like kind of constantly growing and swelling bubble inside, this faint kind of greenish hue. And I think you've come across before, but maybe you don't quite remember. But another of an impressive kind of like teal blue. It kind of faintly like sparkles with like radiant light within. It's this very intriguing looking and a fancy looking bottle as well. But you see an amass of healing potions as you would expect. You see a couple of weapons and armor pieces. There's two different spools of rope on different pegs, one of which looks this kind of like silvery blue rope that almost like has this faint aura to it. The other looks more like standard rope, but you can sense an aura of magic around it as well. There's a small selection of wands and quivers of arrows and ammunition, simpler weapons and daggers, a couple of shields, a couple of medallions. You see there's a couple of other impressive looking pieces that you can see are kind of tucked behind the main countertop, just like pieces. There's 4 or 5 different pieces. You can see this really impressive looking mantle, like a cloak mantle that you would wear over top that would cover out your shoulders and give a pretty high collar. This piece that you can see is like a deep navy and then a gold kind of trim. It looks impressive on top of this like mannequin. Beside that is also studded leather on a mannequin that you can tell is impressively made and presumably if it's behind you, it's a pretty solid piece, set into a kind of bracket. You can see this impressively sharp-looking great sword, and atop another piece you can see this crystal ball, very reminiscent of your own crystal ball, as this elven woman, as you're kind of wandering throughout, kind of makes her way towards you. It says, may I help you with anything? This is my shop. My name is Denari.
Denari, it's nice to meet you. Do some people call you the Plains Maiden? You ever heard that name for you before?
I've been called that from time to time, yes, indeed.
Well, we've heard of your fame. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Ah, glad my namesake comes before me, and hopefully the things you heard were good.
They were, certainly.
By where did you come by this name?
We actually came by the material plane. It's been a while since you've been there.
I mean, no offense, but you do have the aura of those who have not been here particularly long.
Oh, I appreciate that. Your candor is welcome.
Your first day?
Yeah, first couple hours. We've been to the couple spots on the Outlands here before once or twice, but this is the first time in the City of Doors.
Hopefully you have your way home.
Yeah, well, we are the kind who like to jump in the pool, 2 feet first and then figure out how to get up.
That's one way to live life. I can appreciate that.
We'd love to prove some of these magical items you have. Some of them look so impressive.
Well, most of them are. Acquired over a good adventuring life and then a better trading life as a merchant. I come by most of these pieces all honestly, but some have made their way here in ways I choose not to ask how. But nonetheless, all very magical and available for the right price.
Well, my blue friend over here, his name's Henry, and he was curious about that mantle behind the counter there.
A mantle of spell resistance is a particularly powerful tool for those of you who are going to find yourselves in a tight spot against the wielders of the arcane. If you are finding yourself up against them and needing to move out of the way of some of their magical attacks, this is going to give you a significant resistance and advantage.
That is very interesting.
But what about the wall of consumables generally, Kyle? Can I tell like the arrows and stuff if they're like just standard +1s? If
it seems like there is a base enchantment at the very least of the +1 arrows, bolts, sling bullets.
What about some of these dope quivers though? Is there some cool quiver you could get, Mary?
The quivers were more to contain the arrows. They're just standard quivers.
Gotcha. None of y'all can use an impressive looking greatsword, could you? Sarah, you couldn't dual wield with a greatsword. You're pretty strong.
I mean, I could hold it, and as could our friend, forgetting her name, Roxanne. However, I think I'm rather attached to my own weapons. She might be as well.
Yes, I'm quite comfortable with what I have currently. Thank you, though. Beautiful craftsmanship.
I don't think it's so bad either. It is particularly adept at removing the limbs of your enemies. Though I suppose you could say the same for any blade, but this one is particularly good.
Denari, how about these potions here? How much would they run us, specifically the health ones?
We've got a selection of 4 greater healing potions, each of which would be 300 gold pieces of powers.
That's high, right? From what we've paid before?
For greater?
Slightly?
I think maybe a
maybe
little. Not inflated too much, but certainly a little.
Okay.
A bargain.
Well, and I mean, we're also in a place where like any of this shit's going to be really difficult to come by, right? So I'm expecting higher prices.
It's the idea of shopping in New York versus shopping in Brantford.
Brantford is a wonderful city. in Ontario, Canada, if you're listening on this podcast. Excuse me, Daenerys, I have this item here, and I was curious if you might be able to appraise it and tell me how much it might be worth for trade.
And that certainly will be.
That item is, of course, it's the one I always confuse for the findy thing. It is the Atlas of Endless Horizons. It's a wondrous item. It's rare.
What the fuck is that?
It requires attunement by a wizard.
It is a very good book. She looks it over immediately, and her eyes kind of flare with magic that you recognize. And she,
I don't even know where we got this.
She looks it up and down and says, "Well, this is a particularly intriguing item, and you're willing to part ways with it."
Oh,
Interesting.
well, we're curious about trade.
None of the arcane persuasion in your party?
We are indeed, but I don't think none of us seem to use spell books per se.
I see. In truth, much of this will not aid you here anyways. Thus, the price point is a little bit lower. However, it's still a very impressive piece. I would certainly be
Could I ask you a question, Daenerys? What do you mean by it wouldn't aid you here?
Well, this is where I was speaking of a way to get home. Any of this Atlas of Endless Horizons give you the ability to teleport here and there, to find the powers of conjuration, aid your movements. Well, those will not aid you here. There's a significant control put down forth by the Lady of Pain to cease any and all teleportation, lest you have a proper key and a door to use it on. And she controls those pretty strictly.
She might not be able to get out of here.
Which is, perhaps you haven't heard the name of the cage.
We have heard that before. That's interesting.
And now, I suppose, the definition.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Curious.
Yo, I didn't know we had this. Sorry, I'm just reading the description now. This is out of game. This seems cool.
It's real cool. But none of us are wizards.
Yeah.
None of us are wizards. We do have wizard friends who might be able to use it in the fights coming. But
fuck them.
I mean, like, Arcane Gate could be useful as a people mover. But anyway, sorry, that's all out of game. Continue.
You don't know any of it anyways.
I don't know any of it. No, I'm just reading it. This thing's cool shit.
I feel like we need the potions more.
She looks over, and as I say, it will not serve as great a purpose within the city. However, people come to and from this city and move on to other places all the time, and I'm sure I could find a rightful home for it somewhere. I could give you straight gold, or we could indeed work in some kind of trade. If you're looking for an appraisal?
Yeah, why not?
I would say make a charisma check, not persuasion, just straight charisma.
Not great. 9.
She looks it over and says, the enchantment within is impressive, and the additional silver lining here is that it has an additional quality to this book that would give its wielder a little bit of extra oomph in their teleportation. But as I said, moving it in this city would be a little bit trickier. I would be willing to, in terms of trade, in terms of using it towards trade in my shop, I would appraise it at 7,000.
7,000? Woof. All right. Let me write that down. Hannah, you got any other? Henry, you got any other things you want to bring to the table?
Yes. I could offer my link dagger here. Quite a useful piece. Probably worth it.
You would trade your blink dagger? The sentimental value. It's been with you since the start.
You got a way better one now.
It's true. I mean, I think it's probably worth between 5,000 and 10,000 golds, but let's see what he says.
She puts her hand forth and says, may I? I would
Of course.
happy to make an appraisal of such a particularly sentimental weapon. She looks it over and holds it in between two hands. Says, this enchantment is indeed impressive, though how impressive in comparison? She looks you up and down. Make a just straight charisma. It's a D20
And she,
plus charisma modifier.
While we're doing that, is there any, like, obviously we are head to toe fucking crazy magical items. Is she keeping it cool? Is she, like, what's her overall vibe on us?
Nothing you have is surprising her in any way. Like, she's, like, looking you up and down, recognizing the arcane elements, but, like, not doing anything otherwise. She looks at the dagger, and what was your total, Hondo?
15 plus 4, 19.
Okay. She looks up and says, given the sentimental value, of course, I could appraise this at 3,500.
That's all right.
I'm not gonna lie, that's more than I thought it was gonna be.
Henry, you also have your ring of Taki, your Taki ring.
He went through so much to get the Taki ring.
Yeah, but now he can Taki all he wants. Could have taught him that from the start, but
I'll show the ring. Let's see. Maybe it's got some value. Let's see what we got.
Holds it aloft and says, a dual enchantment, multiple options. This is far more useful in truth. A place like this I could get a good penny for. In conjunction with these other items, I could see this for trade as well for another 3,500 gold.
Hope you write this down. 3,500 ring.
You did say it was more useful though, so I'm thinking 45 maybe. Could you do?
Looks you up and down. Make a persuasion check.
Oh yeah.
My God, Henry. 11
and my persuasion is 16, 27.
Oh my lord.
I need to. Oh, shit. Where is she?
Scott, I swear you're gonna have me like talking with a southern tinge by the end of the night. It's so hard to pick that up.
It's a little bit Ted Lasso. It's a little bit FCG.
FCG.
What was your total, Kev?
27.
27.
Okay. She looks you up and down and says, I did say that. Indeed, I could fetch a little bit more. Then maybe I had let slip there. I'll give you it for 45.
Now, what about
I'll keep
this?
the dagger, since it's not much use, then I'll keep the dagger.
Well, let's see what else there is too, Kevin.
What about this Pifwafi cloak, which we've just been lugging around forever?
Oh, she kind of holds her hand out with this. I detest this material, but I could easily loop this in for another 500 gold.
All right. Do you have any shields? I got this shield right here. It's quite nice. It's a little +1. But do you have anything that's a little more than that?
Indeed, actually, I have a similar enchantment. However, I believe she kind of makes walking around and kind of looking through everything here. Says, I do indeed have a one and a slightly better. Our simple +1 here is about 2,500 gold, but for the slightly more impressive +2 is about 15,000.
I keep a straight face. All right.
What about this hag's broom? What do you think of this?
A hag's broom, you say? She holds a hand and looks it up and down. Says, well, And this is a very particular broom of little use to anyone save the hag who made it, but I could probably still sell it to an intriguing figure or two, and I could certainly embellish
From a
it.
burr hag. Yeah, from a burr hag. Quite the devious tap.
I could embellish the story alone for another 500 gold for this, I would say.
Oh my sweet lord!
How much weird shit do you got there, Hondo? Like,
I have some butterfly wings, butterfly-like wings. Yes.
Oh my god, are you just looking at my inventory? Are you looking at yours?
No. And I've got that seems like a good thing to sell. Yeah.
do we have?
Oh, boots of Elvenkind. Yes, boots of Elvenkind.
You wear those
not
though.
wearing your boots? That's what give you advantage on your
Oh,
stuff.
those are what I wear. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, those are what give you advantage on your stealth checks. Kyle, did we? Sorry, if I missed it, did we get descriptions of what those other weird potions were?
We
I will
talked
ask about those.
the price of the greater healing, and then she kind of, as you bring this up, she kind of returns the items back to each of you, but gives you the appraisals. She looks and says, well, the only other consumables of such kind we have here are one simple, the other very impressive and worth every penny. The potion of growth acts as you would imagine, similar to the enlarge or reduce spell, but typically the enlarge version for several hours. You find yourselves growing a little sturdier, a little hardier, a little larger. Use that as you will. It's a simple enchantment and thus a simple 400 gold. However, the potion of invulnerability certainly has better and greater uses and is worth its minute of resistance to any kind of damage you may find yourselves underneath for the low price of 6,300 gold.
Not as bad as I thought.
It's honestly not near as bad as I thought. Are you writing these down, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Do we get a price on the mantle?
No. But you
Very
can
curious what the price on that one, yeah.
you'd be looking at 13,000 for the mantle.
Oof! Yeah, I got a cool $500 in my pocket.
Miss, do you have anything that can boost your AC? We've been told about these kind of things before.
Of course. As I mentioned to your elven friend here, we have some simple shields and some slightly more impressive shields. She gestures over to some of the other armaments that she has. Says there's this breastplate that she mentions is it's a small enchantment, but every little bit can help when you're in the heat of battle. However, this particular piece behind the counter here, and she kind of gestures over beside the mantle to the studded leather, and she says, this here is almost as good as you're going to get for someone of your size and stature. And she looks you up and down. You wear studded leather by the looks of it now. This is an enchantment of significant weight. It would increase you by another 2 to your studded leather AC. But it will run you 18,000 gold. For the amassed, just for if you were to sell everything you've provided right now for the price she's provided you, you've got 16,000.
All of us. Like the whole.
Yeah.
Between the atlas, the blink dagger, the ring, the pifwafi, and the hag broom, so far you have 16,000 clean.
There you go. I think we should keep the atlas. Mary's right, it could be handy in our big bad fight with one of the wizards if we need to use a gate or something. But
I have bracers of archery as well that I'm not attuned to, and I can't see myself reattuning to at this point. They're just standard bracers of archery. I got them in like episode or session 3.
I need to look up something real quick. Need my magic prices book.
I've been attuned to them for fucking ever. I have my movable rod, and I haven't used it in so long, but I do not want to get rid of it. I love it so much.
That final fight, we're gonna use it.
We'll find a way. Sorry, the bracers. She looks those over and would offer another 500 gold for them.
Right.
Now talking out of game. The one potion is very expensive. It would be amazing, but it's ridiculously expensive. How much was the make a giant Alana potion? Because that's
400.
interesting to me.
400.
That might be worth it. That's fucking cool. Can you imagine, like, in that last, even if it's not the last battle, but like in a battle with a bunch of hell devils
and like raging and bringing the thunder down.
Right, so let's do it.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So if we did 400 potion and growth, those health potions, which are 300 each, and there's 4 of them. So 4 times 3 is, so we have 1,600.
How much would those +1 arrows be, Kyle?
You're looking at 600 for 10
gold.
600 for 10. I am almost out of +1 arrows.
That's fine.
Oh, actually, I have 5 left. Okay, that's more than I thought I did, but I started with a lot more than that. I'm sure I'm going to end up needing them.
So I'm going to sell for sure. Mary, why don't you sell your bracers of archeries for bracers of archeries for the +1 arrows? All you need to do is chip in an extra 100, and I can just take that from party funds right now. So, party funds.
So you sold the bracers.
So sorry, Kyle, how many were in that bundle?
10.
Okay, thank you.
10 +1 arrows.
Okay, dip into our gems fund. So here's 100 gems to go with the bracers for those +1 arrows.
Keeping in mind, the Hondo has the majority of gems.
Hondo, we need. You're gonna chip in some of the party gems for Mary's arrows here.
Yes.
I
Yes.
love that we've all just
gold?
abandoned using fake names for the last 5
I can
minutes.
say whatever I want.
Yeah, here are some gems. Here you go. Here, yes.
There's only 100 gold worth you needed from Gem Fund to fill out Mary's arrows.
Yep. I marked it down here, Hondo.
The bracers are gone.
So I will trade. Let me go back to my notes. I'll trade the Pifwafi cloak for that potion of growth.
Okay.
And then I'll have 100 extra gold. And I'll use that 100 extra gold with, why don't we use it with the Burhag Broom? Which will put us at 600 gold, which would cover
2 graders.
2 potions.
Okay. So 2 greater healing and 1 potion of growth.
Yep.
To Valentine.
And now Hondo, your ring's on the table, your blink dagger's on the table. What do you want to do here? Is there anything that tickled your fancy?
The problem is that I'm already wearing this new cloak. I've got this, this jacket with the magical pockets. It's I don't know if I can fit armor on top of that.
So you already wear studded leather, Kevin.
Yeah.
Like, admittedly, it's literally the exact same thing, but magic.
But it's a lot.
That would be. How much was it again?
18,000.
16. Oh, 18. Oh my god. We
18,000,
can't even afford that.
right?
18,000 for +2 studded leather. Currently, you're being offered a collected $8,000 for your blink and the ring. So you need to come up with an additional 10 to cover the cost.
You still got your Michael?
Still, yeah. You've got other things you guys could collectively look to sell.
Don't you dare sell Jermichael.
You could.
You know what? I will offer the ring if anyone needs to trade for something. I don't think I'm going to be in the market, but if the team needs something, they can use the ring. I'll keep the dagger.
It's a good idea.
She says, if you're looking for this is for trade. If you're looking for just coin, I'm more than happy to take these things off your hands and sell them.
That's true. Actually, Kev, you could use these things and then go get whatever you have enchanted at that other place.
But the coin cost will be a little less than what I'd be willing to trade for. So.
Right. That makes sense.
Or do you do enchantments here?
I can. I certainly can. It can take significant time. If you're looking for a similar enchantment to what I have here on this leather, it would take me, if I did it personally, and likely outsource some of the aid to the signers, that would get maybe 3 months.
If we did, Hondo, your ring in exchange for cash and 2 potions, you could technically get 3,900 gold back, but she might have an exchange rate thing.
If it's gonna go, basically knock 1,000 off of any price if you want just coin.
Okay, so that'd be 2,900. We used the broom to buy more potions.
Right. Yeah.
You want some cash?
2 graders are on the table if you want them.
Okay.
For 600 gold. If you want to sell the ring for gold, you get 3,500 gold for it. If you want to sell the blink dagger, you'll get 2,500 just straight gold. So if you sold both of them just to get the money, you'd have $6,000 in your pocket.
Okay, I'll sell the ring, 3,500.
Okay. So add 3,500 gold to you, and she'll take that off your hands.
But we're going to get those 2 potions with some of it, right? So 600 gold off that.
Yeah, if you want to knock 600 back to me, you can have 2 greater healing potions.
Oh, right.
And you'll have 2,900.
Oh, right.
That is right. And she quickly will just go off of any other items. She has, if this, unfortunately, you don't want to look to any of these particularly high price point items. There's the potion of invulnerability, if that's something you want to tangle with. This medallion can protect your minds from prying eyes. I have a couple of these if you're interested.
That could actually be super important.
A couple of different loops of rope, one to aid in climbing on its own, and one to attempt to entangle your enemies. Enchanted rope that will go out and entangle your enemies on its own. What's that? Let's see. Some enchanted bows and other weapons, but you seem to be already pretty stocked in the weapons and armor, honestly.
A bow is enchanted? What would that do?
Just a plus whatever.
I feel good now. Now we got some potions and we're feeling good.
In a bow? I've never seen it in a bow. I've only ever seen it in arrows.
Got a plus 2 short bow.
Expensive.
8,000 for a plus 2 short bow.
I like a long bow.
And keep in mind, obviously, you can come back. You can see what different wares she has on different days. And
well, we don't want to be here super long, but yes.
We had the second chance. Yeah, we got to figure out a way home too. Have you ever heard? Go for it, Hondo.
No, I was just gonna say, is this a greater potion? Did you say?
Yeah, 2.
But I got
2 greater potions of healing.
Thank you.
Scott, have you added everything else to your inventory?
Yeah.
Okay. Brock, I know you have lots of things, but I'm not sure if there's anything you're after.
I'm pretty loaded right now.
Yeah, Milkshake's got a staff for the ages right now. Daenerys, maybe one last question before we head on out. What would people do if they wanted some sort of key out of here? Would they have to go to this lady you mentioned?
Oh, you wouldn't go to the lady, no. But very likely you'd have to either put in an application in the Hall of Concordance or seek the governors to aid in sorting out that kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, if you were to go to the sorry, a lot of things here. If you were to go to the city court in her ward, you could certainly seek the governors to get the proper applications and make your ways through that way. The Hall of Concordance could likely have the same, but they often work in conjunction in more or less the same area. I will warn you, it does take some time.
When you mentioned the city court in her ward, do you mean that's the ladies' ward?
Indeed, yes.
And yeah, people just don't get an audience with the lady if they wanted to ask her some questions.
I've never known one to, no. And in truth, nobody particularly seeks an audience with her lest they are masochistic in some way.
Because of the whole pain thing we've been hearing about?
She has a penchant for flaying people alive.
But have you ever seen the repercussions of that? You ever seen a flayed person?
I've never seen someone flayed, but I have seen someone imprisoned by her. They more or less are torn through the ground into a pit, and I've never seen them again. That was a number of years ago.
All right, well, that sounds awful.
Oh yes, I would. Most people, when the lady is ever out, which is few and far between, but if she ever is, none meet her gaze and everyone stays out of her way.
Out of curiosity, how long have you run this establishment? How long have you been here?
Well, I've been here for maybe not quite a decade. Quite some time now. I don't particularly stay here all the time, but it's my place.
All right. Well, we might come back again, but it was a pleasure doing business with you for now.
Absolutely. I look forward to the next encounter, and I hope to have some new items for you next time.
That would be lovely. All right, Wrong Crowd, you want to get out of here? Mayhaps we should head to Second Chances. Make sure our rooms are nice and ready.
You're making your way out of the maidens, and immediately just beyond the door, and just as you come around the corner, you feel a little tug at your side, Valentine, as just kind of stepping out of the shadows. Horace looks up at you and says,
They were watching you. Yeah. As a group, they were watching. They were waiting. I don't know where they went, but they were watching you. They were watching. Yes.
Were they wearing red, Horace? What'd they look like?
Yeah, the coin. Yeah. Crimson coin. They were watching.
Interesting. I appreciate it, Horace. You just keep an eye out, and remember, Second Chances back door. 10 minutes later, you get a little snack.
I'm pretty hungry now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, let me help you out, pal. I'm gonna give him
a breakfast croissant.
Okay.
I
want to give him some cash.
He said he was hungry.
I want to help. He needs their help.
I have
Did
some
you buy
goat rations.
Did you say goat rations?
Goat rations.
I will pull out, absolutely, because I'm sure it's tasty, a breakfast croissant that I 100% nabbed this morning from Uth's, very fancy.
I thought meant from the Contempt Cup.
No, from
bad.
Uth's very nice brunch.
As you guys hand out some of the rations for Keith and this croissant, he just grabs both in his little toad hands, little balls, and they just grab, and his jaw just drops open and just eats both.
I will give him 4 gold. I'll say, and don't put this in your mouth. This is actual gold, so just make sure. We really appreciate you helping us out.
He does bite it, but thank you. I'll keep watching.
Keep watching, Horace. Appreciate it. Were they around here somewhere? They playing a trap, or you just keep seeing them watch us?
They were waiting, and then you took too long. You took too long. They walked away.
We always take too long.
All right. They were watching.
Okay. Appreciate it, Horace. Thank you.
And just kind of slunks back into the shadow.
Well, we already made friends here, Wrong Crowd. That's so nice.
Of course, that's what happens when we make a scene within the first 25 minutes of being here.
You call that a scene? You just wait till Henry meets them again.
Yeah. In a short amount of time, you're able to be pointed in the right direction. And you kind of already passed it and almost peripherally caught the sign of second chances as you had kind of made your first loop. And it's on the exact opposite side of this area, the Grand Bazaar. So it takes a little bit of time to get your way over to second chances. But as you approach, and as the day has gotten a little later, a little longer, you can hear the sounds of raucous laughter echoing from a group out on this front patio area, and another who's up on this kind of second floor, this like bridge area between two buildings that the market ward kind of descends and then rises up out of. On this bridge, there's a second layer of patio where these gentlemen are all kind of raucously laughing and having a good time. But as you get closer, you can see all these kind of shuttered windows are open to the day and open to the sounds of the laughter and the interior. And it is a nice, refreshing scent of kind of delicious smell of cooked meats and spices that waft out from inside. That kind of mingles with what you've kind of grown to just get used to, the smell of kind of sweat and smoke and garbage outside. But this is a very much more rewarding, comforting smell as you make your way into the crowded atmosphere inside Second Chances Inn. You make your way in, and it is indeed just the kind of classic tavern that you'd expect. All across the room, you see people who look similar to yourselves, adventurers, people who have their own stories to tell and who have seen similar, if not quite as crazy things as you. Many tables are filled, and you can hear the stories and the songs being sung all around the room. But your eyes are immediately drawn to an impressively large figure behind the bar, who's kind of just looking at one group in the middle of the room and kind of waves them down before turning to you. You see this barrel-chested, broad-shouldered, standing tall, at least 10 feet tall, big, huge, curved, sleek black horns and black fur of a minotaur, who is standing in this kind of tweed vest with this like apron element of it, where he has like little bits and pieces tucked in and a little notepad, open, just muscular arms, and is just kind of tending bar. As he kind of looks over in your direction, kind of waves you down to come in towards across the bar to the actual bar itself, which is kind of set in the middle of the room. As you approach,
I can tell a couple of outsiders from a mile away. It's nice to see you. Welcome in.
Sir, you must be Dane.
Oh, Vidane. That's my name. That's right.
Old Doc Smith sent us your way. He said you guys are friends and you might take care of us here at the Second Chances.
Well, I haven't seen Doc Smith in a day. That's nice to see. It's nice to hear that he's still out there doing his thing. That's good. Well, it's I'm sorry. What be your names, and how did he come to meet you?
Well, we're the Wrong Crowd, and old Doc, his car broke down, and he was actually getting some grief from those crimson coins. So we decided to step in and just make sure nothing bad went down. Myself, of course, my name's Marty, and this is my good friend Henry. Henry, you want to introduce yourself to the man?
Yes, I'm Henry the Blue at your service.
Yeah, Henry the Blue. That's very accurate. You are quite blue, yeah.
And this is my lovely dwarf friend.
Roxanne, lovely to meet you. You have a wonderful, wonderful establishment here.
Well, thank you. I put a lot of hard work into it. It's nice to be appreciated for it. It's nice to meet you, Roxanne. I see you got some other friends here. Nice to meet you as well, lady.
Sarah.
Sarah, nice to meet you. And my friend.
Milkshake! Nice to meet you.
Pleasure is all mine, Milkshake. It's nice to meet you as well. Well, if you'll pardon me saying, it's a pleasure to have some new faces amongst my old crowd, and I hope I can have you share a table and a drink.
We love that. Oh, please, yeah.
Sorry, I hope I'm not stepping in too much here. You're not the first person to suss out that we're not exactly from here. How can everyone tell? Is there anything specific that's giving us away here?
You just look new. When you live in a place like this, you kind of get used to seeing more or less the same faces. There's a level of where this place takes you down a little bit. You don't have that here yet. You're still kind of looking a little wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. You're too happy. There's nothing wrong with that.
I understand.
But it is a calling sign.
We would love some tables, maybe some food, but we really appreciate some rooms for the night if that's possible.
Rooms you look to stay? Well, I'd love to hear that. That would be wonderful. I'll be more than happy to give you a place to stay and rest your heads. Would you be looking for some single rooms, some double rooms, maybe a big suite for the lot of yours?
Oh, my suite I think would be quite nice.
Well, sleep's about 8, and you got a little less than that, so it should be all right.
Well, that's wonderful.
I have one of them. It's up on the top floor. It'd be a 10 gold a night. I hope when it looks at you could be able to afford that.
That's not a problem. Here, sir. I'm paying right up front. We'll give you 2 nights. Not sure how long we're staying, but here's 20 gold.
Keep your options open. That's always a good idea in this town. That's a good idea.
We should say, too, that old Doc, he might be coming by for a drink. I'm not sure if he's going to be busy at the Foundry too long, but he did mention he might be swinging by.
I wouldn't hold him to it, in honesty. Doc is nothing if not a workhorse.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you guys want some dinner? What's the word around here? Anything happening?
Word's lots happening. That's a loaded question, my friend Marty. That's a loaded question. There's always something happening here in the city. And Market Ward, it's a bustling place, as I'm sure you've seen. But let me get you some grub rustled up first, and then maybe we can chat. Please, Emilio, get them some seats.
Would it be possible, actually, sir? Could we just visit our rooms for a sec, maybe drop some stuff off, and then come back to him for dinner?
My apologies, of course. Emilio, he calls out. And this little, rat-faced figure peeks out from around the corner. Just lead them up to their rooms, if you will, please. They're on suite number 2. Okay. Kind of makes his way towards you. Come on. And he grabs a key off of a shelf and kind of scurries up the stairs unnecessarily fast.
Oh my, all right.
He leads you up into the 3rd floor of this establishment. And on the 2nd floor, you kind of pass by. There are a couple of rooms, but you can see that there is this large kind of secondary sitting area that leads out into that balcony bridge partition that you can see is open doors and everything, and it leads over to what looks like either another tavern or just another building on the other side. You can't quite make out exactly. The stairs lead you up to a 3rd floor where you can see the bulk of the rooms are. But at the far end, there are 2 of these larger kind of sections. And Emilio, this rat man figure, leads you into one. He unlocks it for you, swings it inward, steps off to the side, and as you all kind of finish filing in, hands a key back to whoever is the last one in.
Appreciate it, Emilio. Here, thanks for your trouble. Thanks for guiding us up. Give me a little gold. 1 gold tip.
Thank you very much. I'll recommend dinner for you. We have rib roast and veggies and rack of lamb, rabbit kidney pie if any of you are interested.
We have a superstition from where we're from. Would you mind putting one of those rabbit kidney pies outside your back door? It's just something, a little bit of a tradition for the forgotten members weren't able to come along. We like to leave something outside.
And that's weird, but yeah, sure.
Appreciate it. I'll slide him 2 more gold.
Takes it for you, gives a little nod. All right then. Goodbye. He screws off.
Oh, this accent work is tough. I'm just trying to stay in character, but I don't know how you guys do it.
I don't bother.
Yeah, I did notice that, Sarah. I mean, Mary.
No one wants me to try to pretend to be anything other than me, because it's just going to go very poorly. It's Milkshake that I'm consistently baffled by.
I thought Brawley's accent was amazing. So good, Brawley.
Why, thank you. I try. I'll go up to Vidane. I'll be like, Vidane, darling, just out of curiosity, I have my goat companion here, Richards. I was wondering if it is possible to board Richards here for the evening with us.
I would be most thrilled to take care of him.
Thank you kindly, good sir.
If you will allow me, I'll take care of it myself right now. Please, go and rest with your friends.
Bless your heart. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
He kind of pats Keith and says, "Come on, young buck, let's go." And he kind of leads him back out the main door.
Keith, Richards.
I'll wave at him.
Keith kind of gives you a little forlorn look, but then follows Vidane out through the main door, but you can immediately see the two of them kind of hooked to the right. Do you do the same with Fern, or is Fern just going to like disappear for a bit? What do you do with Fern?
Maybe try and have Fern like disappear on the side, but maybe have him... How tall is this building?
You're looking probably 60 feet.
Great. I'll try and have Fern fly to the top as inconspicuous as he can, and then just like watch down and see if any... basically have him on alert if any of the crimson coins start walking our way.
Make a stealth check for him.
Sure.
But I'm going to give it a disadvantage, because that's not a stealthy thing to do from a giant green fox.
He's a big boy. He's a real big boy. Ooh, one was the net 20. What's this one, though? Oh, that's a 3. So I think it's 5, so 8.
Yeah. People notice, but
That's all right.
nobody does anything immediately. As you guys kind of look about your suite as you return, there are 3 different like bedroom areas, or 4 different bedroom areas, sorry. Each of which has like 2 full queen beds in it. And there's this kind of middle common room area where there's this like central fire pit that has a couple of different areas that you could put things on to cook or just to stoke at the fire. And there's just another big fireplace on the one end, and it's rather like it's a nice little place just to like congregate and hang out in the night. And the rooms are warm. The beds are comfortable. The sheets are surprisingly soft. Like, it's a nice place.
So, here's what we know. Something's going down with this general, something's going down with this lady. What do they got going on? What does he have on her that's letting them kick around here? And is that something we can exploit? And if we get rid of him, she might want to do us a favor? It's kind of the angle I'm leaning towards right now.
I think one thing we have to be careful of is not to do anything without a huge amount of information, because we don't know what she wants. We could accidentally do something that she absolutely didn't want.
Yeah. How do we get an audience with her?
I don't know that you could do easily. I mean, I think we might need as much more information as we can. There's a few different avenues. There's letting ourselves get taken in by these people you seem to make enemies with. That's a way to get info. It's not ideal, but it's possible.
I don't know how many, like, what? Yeah, I guess we could even kidnap one of these crimson coins, and Hondo's been very persuasive before with prisoners.
Happy to.
What were you gonna say, Hondo?
Well, I'm very happy to talk to our prisoner friends.
I have some new spells that can help us out too. I'm feeling more persuasive with my charming and beguiling. So if we wanted to, we can always try that avenue. Charm some people, get some info out of them.
Sorry, the
Behind
cat is driving.
there's a
The cat is driving me fucking insane. It keeps beating up the
cat
dog. And
driving very insane.
my headphones keep switching headphones on themselves, and I keep on muting myself. It's so crazy. I'm sorry.
Don't you worry. Well, maybe we have a nice dinner tonight and rest here and see tomorrow if we can start to get some more info on either the general or the lady.
You know, we haven't tasted blood for a while either, so if we can rough a few people up, I'm ready.
You could get arrested by either the ladies' people or the generals, and
Takes me closer to each of them.
That's right.
That's what we want.
It's not half bad. We could also legend lore and try and legend lore the general and see if there's anything. Let me check out that spell just to see if there's anything I can get about him.
Good idea.
Name a person, place, or object. Spell brings to mind a brief summary. Significant lore about the thing you named. Current tales, forgotten stories, secret lore. If the thing isn't named, it's of legendary importance. That's the problem. You gain no info, but it's not like it actually costs me anything. It's through Aetherius, and even through my new little dragon wand thing. So, you guys want to try that before we have dinner?
Me as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll take out Aetherius. Sit down, put him across my lap, and then cast Legend Lore on the General of the Crimson Coin.
Okay. As you focus in on Aetherius and you watch the one of the runes that ignites to command your Legend Lore ability, and you slip into that semi-quasi kind of dream state. You find you don't transition to that same place that you normally do, and instead just immediately are visited by kind of somewhat staggered images, almost kind of like half paused pictures, and there's this kind of faint juddering as if you're on like an old VCR where things are just not quite right. You're kind of in between moments. It's a little disconcerting, it's a little off-putting, but you're still getting information. But it's almost as if it's protected or hidden, or you're just not sure. It's different. But you still learn that the general of the Crimson Coin is also known as the General of Gehenna, a powerful, fiendish figure of legendary status. There's an offshoot of fiends. The fiends typically fall into the devils and the demons, but there's a kind of a middle ground, a created version, with a bit of a blend of both, and a little sprinkling of hag touch to them, known as the Yagnoloths. They are this odd offshoot bred version of fiend kind. And the general was possibly the first. It's unknown, easily the most powerful, and most feared. Not much is known of the early days, and in truth, maybe it's your location, maybe it's the significance, maybe it is that kind of distorted how much you're being given, but it almost jumps forward to a story and an occasion in the city of Doors. You hear, kind of collaborating what you heard from Horus, but you hear as Tarathian Quill, the voice of Aetherius, kind of dictates that a little over 20 years ago, this powerful fiend known as the General set up shop as a mercenary for hire in Sigil. However, had a significant power, seemingly was unperturbed and unstopped by the lady in terms of coming and going from the city via magical means. In addition, he was able to call upon those of his kin who followed him and seemingly do so with disregard to the lady's power at controlling this city, somehow overcame it. And then overnight, one evening, couldn't do that anymore. And that pissed him off. Seemingly trapped now in the cage alongside all the other cagers, the general lashed out, but did so as a general would, began amassing an army, began turning people in the city against the lady by force. Somehow, for some reason, she would not intervene, and over the next couple of decades, the general amassed a rather large force, which became known as the Crimson Coin, and in one night eliminated 5 of the other rivaling factions who controlled any slave trade, the mercenary trade, any kind of typical protection, and anyone who set foot in the hive, one of the 6 wards of the city, became their territory and his, as this mini militia of opposition to the lady. No one's exactly sure what happened between the two of them. No one's entirely sure why he is so powerful and how he could, at first, overcome her protections over this city. But slowly and surely, he has become the direct opposition to the Lady of Pain and Sigil, and neither makes a move at the other. But Sigil, unfortunately, and its citizens are caught in between. I'd say that's what you get out of that.
Yes,
Ooh.
turf war.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good info. There's opportunity there for some people like us. Well, I think tomorrow we could try and pay a visit to the ladies' quarters, the city court. See if we can get closer to her. Figure out how we could get an audience with her, or at least someone in her stead, in her circle. Just gotta have people around her, right?
I don't know. Honestly, a lot of this is, we'll see how much she's kept up and away, keeps herself up and away from everything else. And again, more information the better. We got a name today and it got us all this. Let's see if we can find more names, more specific instances. Getting more information from these Crimson Coin people could be good.
We could
need a pretty fucking big favor, so no matter what we'd end up doing.
Well, if we could trade getting rid of the general or doing damage to him for what we came here for and getting out of here, maybe that's a deal that could be struck. If she can't do it by her own hand, it seems like she would have already if she could. She might need people like us.
Absolutely something to keep in mind. I think we
Probably
just
don't
need
make a
to
lot
learn.
of friends. Sorry, yeah, you keep going.
Just the more we can learn about this city, the better.
Probably don't make a lot of friends known as the city of, or the Lady of Pain, flay people, do some crazy things. And then when you need some friends to help you with a problem, you might not have them.
We should definitely approach both and see who pays more to help.
Okay, so but the problem is one of those people has a thing we need and the other one does not.
But I don't necessarily disagree with double dealing, but it's just, Mary's right. We definitely need info from the lady above all.
I mean, it could be, to go jumping point off Hondo's, if there's a way to get insider information on the general, that could potentially either be useful to us or as partial payment. I don't know. I don't fucking know. We need to learn more before we make any sharp moves, but it does seem that no matter where we go, we're going to have a hard time playing ourselves off as anything other than dumbasses who just got, who are stuck here now.
That's okay, though. We can use that. We're the wrong crowd.
I mean, also, if we get hired by the general, and we need info from the lady, we just, it's part of our mission. We destroy her and we get the info. If she hires us, we double-cross her and we destroy her and get the info.
I want to just preface this.
Her?
Remember, I need you to always come back around to basically a god. Like
perhaps more than a god.
Yeah. The person who we can't talk about seemed like to know nothing about her and to be slightly scared of her. And he's fucking terrifying. We could not take him.
I have one word for you. Kraken.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
we
on
barely survived that.
On a different plane of existence. And I like where you're coming from, but I think that could also be useful in a different way.
Let's have some dinner. Let's talk more about... we can't talk about these plans more down there. We got to put our characters back on. Let's have some dinner and maybe retire early for... we should do? Last time we stayed in a nice hotel, a nice suite. We woke up, boom, daggers in our stomachs. So we are definitely
lock the door
taking a watch. Lock the door.
Yeah,
he snuck in and stabbed us in the stomach.
Yeah, I have a rod that at least saved Alana and I.
Oh, God. Well, it did not save my beautiful stomach.
Do you guys think we should maybe, take turns on watch?
100%.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hundo P.
Yeah, because now we have some dumbasses looking for us. Who knows if it's just the low-level guys who were embarrassed to be insulted by a walking fish man, or if... they've told higher-ups that either, hey, there's some marks here, or, hey, there's people who might be trouble. But you're right. No matter what, having some kind of watch is a good idea.
Bring them out.
This room is fucking, insane.
It's so
okay?
nice. It's so nice.
Who makes rooms this big? I thought every tavern
room
was just like a little bed and a window. This is bigger than... The smallest room is bigger than my entire apartment as a child.
Well, it's not as big as the deck. The deck's beautiful back home.
Is that what we're calling the keep?
I thought we had either the deck or something else. The house, the full house, something like that.
Not gonna lie, I kind of like it here. Like the cage itself.
Yeah.
In a weird way.
I like it, except for the fact that we can't escape. I like all the people together and the energy.
And the shops and...
Did my shit just break? No.
Oh no, did we lose my pot pie joke?
What just happened?
It all just froze up on me. Leah, yours froze too?
Yeah, I think it must have been our internet.
It said recording stopped and then recording in progress.
Yeah.
This has happened before, and there was 2 recording files. This has happened before.
Well, we're coming to the end anyways.
Yeah.
So regardless, let's just continue on as if nothing happened, and then I'll try and sort it out on my side. Let's see. Sorry. So we kind of cut off in the middle of just kind of shooting the shit in the room. But you guys are gonna head down for some dinner?
Yeah, let's head down to dinner.
Can I take a lap of this room and just see if there's any little spy holes or any no secret doors, nothing that's gonna fuck us around later on?
Sure. Go make an investigation check.
That is 30.
You find something of interest, actually, as you make your way around the room. you can see that there is like an element at the base around the entirety of the room, the entire suite, that is like faintly arcane markings. You can see there's like a warding protection all around this room. You're not entirely sure what it is, but it feels magical. And you otherwise see no signs of kind of hidey holes or false panels or anything like that. There are windows here, obviously, so you have windows that could be broken into and out of, but you can tell that there's this little arcane kind of markings all around the entire perimeter.
Okay, make a note. Maybe ask our proprietor later.
Okay. You all make your way downstairs, locking your door behind you and making your way down into the tavern proper. Vidane, back behind the bar, waves you down and kind of gestures to a large table central in the room, and just kind of gestures over with a hand wave as you see he's kind of serving a couple of people at the bar, and they're just kind of generally having just nice conversation. He seems pretty jovial. You guys sit down at this table in the middle of the room, and within a couple of minutes, he makes his way over, and it's very evident as you just hear these heavy footsteps just slowly making their way over, and he kind of stands like towering over you, which otherwise would be rather frightening, but he's just such a gentle soul. You can just be comforted by that. As he looks down and says, "Well, now you got yourselves all settled in. What do you feel like for dinner?"
Your finest meal.
Emilio mentioned there were quite a lot of meals. Yeah, finest meal would be just fine.
Got a couple of good meals, if I do say so myself. Emilio's quite a cook. He's all right. He's pretty good with a rib roast, if you're interested in something like that. But the rabbit and kidney pie is also mighty good.
I would take the rib roast. That sounds wonderful.
Excellent. We got rib roast over here. What say you, Blue? A little kidney pie?
Henry, that's you he's talking to. Henry, what snack do you want?
Would you like some kidney?
I'm thinking.
I'll come back to you. Don't worry about it. What can I get Roxanne and Sarah?
Oh, the rib roast. Sounds delightful. Thank you.
Mighty fine. And Sarah?
The pie sounds great.
Got it. And milkshake. Any dietary restrictions I should be aware of?
Lactose intolerant.
That is so strange.
Very confusing given your namesake, but maybe it just makes perfect sense when you think about it. What would could I interest you in? A little rib roast, maybe even a rack of lamb?
That sounds delectable.
Excellent. I'll have Emilio make you up something nice. And Master Henry, did you make up your mind here?
I'll take the roast, please.
Wonderful. And drinks, anybody up for drinks? We got a particularly nice honey mead and some spiced cider. For those of you adventurous types, there's this new stuff I found. It's in the market here. It's Frost Giant ice wine. It chills your bones, but it makes you feel good.
I will take that for sure.
I knew you would, Blue. I knew you would. Anyone else interested in any of that?
I second that.
I'll take that cider. That sounds just nice for me.
Beautiful. The other two of you, anything for you?
Decaf, if you got any.
Oh, sure. I can whip up a new pot. Absolutely. This place runs all hours. We're always in need of some caffeine.
Milkshake, any drink for you, sir? Milkshake, you want anything to quench your thirst?
No, thanks.
Not to worry. I'll just get working on them meals. I'll get Amelia wanted immediately. We'll be out here in a few minutes. I'll bring your drinks back around. Maybe I'll hear a couple of stories. You hang tight.
I appreciate it.
He makes his way away. And you guys just watch as the tavern kind of begins to slim down and you're noticing that, like, the time of day in the time that you've been here has kind of been like almost like golden hour the whole time, right? And it's kind of been this weird low haze. From the time you went upstairs to the time you come back down, it's pitch black. Night has descended almost instantaneously, but you do see beyond there are like lamps all around the market ward, and the interior here is still well lit with fires and candelabras all around the place. It's warmly lit in here, but you do notice that in a matter of moments the light switch just flipped. A short time, dinner is served, and Vidane goes to kind of take a seat with you, and then is called away, and he kind of is constantly on the move, and you're always kind of seeing him moving about the room. Emilio brings out your meals. Hondo and Allie, you two got the Frost Giant one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get both of you to make Constitution saving throws?
Oh, how crazy is this night gonna be?
Oh boy.
Oh, I think I'm fine. Oh yeah, I'm fine.
So 4 and 4, 8.
8.
Oh boy.
18 and 9, so 27.
Yeah, Allie.
Alana can drink the whole bar under the table.
Alana, you knock back. It's ice wine, so it's not so much shooters, but you take a big swig, and it does your immediately your top lip is frozen, like you just numbed out. Your tongue is also kind of the same, and you feel it in that kind of prickly cold all the way down until it hits your stomach. It's just a super weird sensation, but it's surprisingly sweet. And it's actually pretty good. It's like the exact inverse of a classic dwarven fire whiskey, and so it's kind of a nice juxtaposition. Hondo, you very, very confidently take that first swig, and you feel that same numbing. And then, as you finish the glass, when they're not particularly big glasses, you finish it off, and everything around you suddenly feels real slow. Your whole body is moving at half speed, and everything you're doing, your bones feel like you're just trying to break out of this sluggish, frigid freeze. And you're resistant to cold, but you're pretty much constantly shivering now. But you feel like a nice little buzz, but for the next hour, your speed is halved.
Oh my god, that is hilarious. Jesus.
As you tuck in,
Henry, you all right?
I'm dealing okay.
At this moment, Vidane kind of claps him on the shoulder. He says, "That'll be that ice wine. It'll kind of sneak up on you. Right. It can be a fun little night, though. I hope the meals are to your liking. I got some more work to do. I do want to catch up on some stories with you. I'll be back around, but as I say, this place just never sleeps." And he just kind of heads on back to another round. You tuck into your meals, and they're really fucking good. You're not sure if it's, what specifically the spices, or just that you haven't had like a really good cooked meal in a long time, but it really hits the spot. And about 3/4 of the way through your meal, you see a familiar face walk through the open doors as the mustachioed Doc Smith kind of steps up into the place, takes a look around, and he gives you a nod, but makes his way over to Vidane first, and they both embrace this big bear hug as Vidane kind of lifts him up, and there's this big heavy chortle from him. As Doc kind of claps him on his arm, and the two of them stand at the bar together, and they have a drink, and they're having a chat for a minute as you guys finish up your meal, and the two of them come back over. Vidane starts piling up all the plates and hoping, kind of make sure everyone was happy with their meal, asking if they want anything more. And Doc kind of looks, "Mind if I take a seat with you here?"
Please, by all means.
He sits down. He's, it's not very often I actually live up to saying I'm going to go out and actually do it. I surprised myself, I'll be honest.
Well, we're honored to be a part of that surprise.
Yeah, you really intrigued me today. I couldn't put my finger on it necessarily, but there's something about you I just kind of connected with. And I really appreciate the balls of the two of you coming out and just telling the Crimson Coin to fuck off. I appreciate anybody who would do that.
Oh, we really appreciate those compliments, and it was nothing. We tell a lot of people to fuck off if they step in our faces.
That's good to know. He looks over at you, Hondo, and says, "All right, you had the ice wine, huh?"
I did.
Yeah, I'll wear off in time. Don't worry. Don't worry too much. So, you said you were, well, you didn't say you were outsiders, but that was obvious enough. Where are you from?
We come from, it may not be much of a surprise, but we actually come from the material plane.
Oh, sure. I meant more specifically. I may not be a wealth of material plane knowledge and geography, but that's just a simple question. I was just curious.
We're from Vesaria. Are you familiar with the continent?
Can't say if Vesaria rings any bells, I'll be honest.
We basically were just a group of travelers, kind of found each other, just doing odd jobs, mercenary work, that kind of stuff.
Sure. There was just something about you I could sense. You connected with the gods of your world at all. None of you strike me as a clerical type, but there seems to be a bit of connection to powers above.
Starting to know your enemy.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to give me anything. I just want to know if this guy's crazy higher level than he looks like he might be. That's all.
We do have a bit of a connection. We have been blessed with some gifts from some higher powers. But you're right, there's no religious types around here.
I just thought as much. You had this vibe connected to the source. I'm a believer in the source. I knew there was something about you that I couldn't quite put a finger on. The more I thought about it, it must be what it was. That's good to see.
The source, is that a specific thing or just, the term? Just haven't heard that term before.
I suppose it's more from around here. We call ourselves the Believers of the Source. It's a group in the city, in the foundry. Some of us call us the Godsmen, but I don't particularly like that term because I don't think it's properly accurate. We just believe that people are united in this capability to be more, to be connected to something greater, to become divine in our own right. And I could just see that there was something more to you than simple sellswords or adventurers. There's something more there to connect you, something bigger.
Well, I think we feel that too. We feel like our paths were kind of intertwined right from the start. We all found each other for a reason, and it seems like whether through divine or other planar deities, they're helping us on a mission to do more, to be greater.
Well, that's what they do. That's what their purpose is. It's something I believe is that we all strive for greatness in our own way, but what you're really striving for is to touch that divine, to be a part of it, And doing the right thing at the right time, well, that's just what you need to do. And that's what gave me that inkling today. Maybe you are destined for something a little bit more.
It's kind of you to say. We like to think so. We like to just try and live up to whatever high expectations those things at the source might have for us.
That's real nice. No, this is Vesaria. I've never been outside the cage, but if I ever do, maybe I'll make a trip there.
Oh, we'd really love that. If you ever do, just look out for the wrong crowd. Well, this wrong crowd.
I typically find myself in with wrong crowds all the time, as you first mentioned and saw today.
We're happy to hear that. We feel like we're on a bit of a mission here too. Kind of stumbled in here, but kind of got the inklings of some things that are going on, and wondering if maybe that's why we're here. Maybe our purpose is resolving some of the conflicts that might be going on around here.
Well, there's a lot of them. I think you might need more than a couple of you.
Sometimes 5 united can do a lot.
It ain't wrong. It ain't wrong. A couple of united front, a little bit of luck, a little bit of strength, a little bit of hard work. A lot can get done. Simple pair of hands. What is it you think you're here to do?
Well, I don't know. We encountered you and we heard about these Crimson folk, and they seem like real folk heads, like we've talked about. And we talked to a couple people about the lady, and she just seems so mysterious. We wanted to know a little bit more about her.
Well, you and almost everybody else in this here city. There's not much more to tell that you can't already know just by looking at her, just by hearing her name. The Lady of Pain doesn't get a name like that because she's all cuddly.
Yeah.
But she does right by the city. As much as I might disagree with, well, the way things are done here sometimes. She never acts in opposition of the people. And she never uses her power against us for any reasons beyond what she believes to be the greater good. And in truth, what I have more or less aligned with being the greater good. But she doesn't use her power for good, if you get my meaning.
Yeah.
It prefers to remain a little neutral.
That's a good way to put it, yeah. She lets things run their course, even if it don't end good for us. Kind of like this Crimson Coin business. They've been running it for a long time. A lot of people get hurt. A lot of people have to live their lives different because of these greedy fucks. She could put an end to all of it in a second. Why not? Why hasn't she? It's always rubbed me the wrong way. I'm sure she has her reasons.
Yeah.
It'd be one of those things, though. You find out the answer, and suddenly things aren't quite as simple as you might have thought.
Of course.
Maybe they're too complicated. She's a being beyond any other. Like any of those of the source. She's certainly connected to it. That's no question about that.
Does she have any like worshippers or people who keep her or protect her?
Well, those are two different things. You get worshippers or people she don't want. She don't want worshippers. She never. One thing I'll say about her, she never wanted that. She never wanted to empower herself with the belief of the divine. Those who do, well, they don't end up so well. But she does have her, you can call them servants, you can call them employees, whatever you want to call them, but they're the devas. They fucking weird folk, I'll tell you that. I don't speak. Just kind of get in your head. And it's never, well, unless you're doing something you shouldn't. It's just kind of creepy, kind of weird. But they shake the city. They remake it all the time. Something happens in one section of the city and needs repairs, well, they're there in a minute. They'll reshape it and they'll reform it. All with their minds. It's an impressive feat. But they serve her fully, completely. There ain't no bending one of them.
What are they called again?
Devas.
Devas. Interesting. Maybe we'll see one of them tomorrow.
It's one of those things you wanna see from afar. You don't really want to be seeing one of them up close because, like I said, it's pretty creepy and they will get in your head. And if you got any inkling to be doing anything that you shouldn't be doing, well, they'll find it. And that punishment ain't so nice. So best to be thinking
Henry. Yeah, well, Henry never thinks clear, so that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, that's a group you probably don't want to say fuck off to. And maybe you do. Who am I to judge? But yeah, if you believe you can do some good in this city, then I believe you can. It's good to see.
Really nice to see you, Doc.
Glad I came up here. As he says that, Vidane is kind of making his way back, and he's got a big tray of small shot glasses. And he lays them down on the table, and he kind of passes them out one for everybody. He says, "These are on the house. Don't y'all worry about them. Just one little welcoming drink to new friends."
That is too kind, sir. I'll pick mine up.
He says, maybe Doc, you could say a nice little word for us. I don't get to hear your sweet voice very often. Doc kind of nods his head as everyone picks up a glass. He holds it aloft, and he kind of pauses for a second, trying to find the words. He kind of looks up a little sheepish, clears his throat, and he kind of raises it up and goes to speak. And as he does, it shatters in his hand as you hear a ringing shot come through the window, breaks the glass in his hand from the market ward beyond. And you hear a bunch of like hooting and hollering out in the market ward as this voice shouts out and says, "Wrong crowd. Smith, find yourselves out here. Face your punishments. You wronged the general this day. That ain't gonna be allowed." And that's where we'll pick up next time.
I was gonna say I would stare at Henry and go, "Fuck around, find out."
I can barely do anything.
Nah, you're just half speed, son. You'll be fine. You'll be right as rain.
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards tangle with a threatening mercenary faction and watches every decision made threatens the city balancing on a pin's head. There will be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.